Alrighty. Before I even start, just blabbing, like always. Let me see.
Anything I can do for you?
I don't know if I'm gonna talk about. Actually, no, probably not. Maybe. And I know the other day I couldn't remember all of the names. But yeah, there's Iris, one Sunday Robin, Golferwood, Alfalfa, that's Odie, Oak. Wait, hold on. Wait a minute. Is Sun? Hold on. Sunday and these people might be from the Oak family. Might not be Iris. Whoops. Oh, that's not what I meant to do. What the hell? Interesting. Okay. Oh yeah, it is Oak. Whoops. My bad. I thought it was the Irish family. Bro, how can I forget the main family these guys are from? I literally thought it was Iris. Why did I think it was Iris? Well, anyways. Yeah, because I literally saw Oak when I came here, and it just like clicked. I think. So, yeah, it's Sunday Robin, Golferwood. Iris, I don't know who the hell it is. I thought it was, vice versa. Nightingale. Huh. I actually. Also, Dreamer Weaver holding the branch in place. I'm not sure who goes there. I don't even know who goes in the Iris now. Does it say anything? Huh. That's interesting. A flower blooms. Now anything that I be seeing with flower blooms and pink hair, and I'm automatically gonna start just associating that stuff with Fully.
Light up the dawn.
Speaking, I killed the people up there. Oh yeah, I did. Alright. Oh. But yeah, speaking about Fully and all that stuff, I finally saw some other theory people do their own recap, especially what's this guy's name? Oh my god, why am I stuck on stupid? Nova Impact. Because he was like from the beginning of Euphorius, he was like, basically right on the mark with almost everything. And there's two things. You see, this is why I always say just watch like recaps, because sometimes people see stuff that you didn't see, or maybe you just thought you understood something this way, but it was really, excuse me, it was really like a different way. But yeah, one of the things I'm still, I mean, it's very possible, and it probably is the correct answer, but because he came out and said that when Xandar or Lycus, I shouldn't say Xandar, I should just say Lycus, so I don't confuse people. But when Lycus used the Stellaron to blow up and kill the Demiurge, and the Demiurge got contaminated, that the Demiurge and the Stellaron mixed together, and then the Stellaron did the Demiurge's wish, which was to be Cyrene, and then, you know, everything like unfolded from there. I mean, I don't know if it really did mix. I mean, probably did. I mean, just because it says contamination doesn't mean like it merged together, to be fair. And in all honesty, it could have been just only just the scepter, and the Demiurge was just like destroyed, or you know, quote unquote destroyed, because then you know, like I said, it started doing all the stuff with Cyrene. But yeah, I don't know, because I know before I said, you know, obviously, most of the stuff I said on Twitch, but I got the videos on YouTube, so you know, if anyone's ever interested, it's in well, it's definitely probably in somewhat old, like a month or 2 months ago, because that's when I was really talking about the whole Demiurge and Stellaron and Ignomata, stuff like that. But anyways, um, yeah, I've always thought that the Stellaron was the Demiurge. Like the Demiurge wasn't just like a consciousness, like it was just a regular Stellaron. And then that was Cyrene's Ignomata form. But then, you know, that didn't turn out to be true. The Demiurge was just an actual consciousness, and then Lygus used the Stellaron to destroy it. And then, you know, like I said, everything else started from there. But yeah, so the whole Stellaron mixing with the Demiurge to become one, and then Cyrene now technically being you know, an Emanator fully, could possibly become fully, you know, more than just Amphorius's. I think like it could be the actual fully at the end of finality. Um, yeah. Oh wait, where was I even going with? Oh, the Demiurge, the Stellaron, and Emanator, and possibly um like the actual fully herself. But yeah, I really don't know. I mean, like I said, he's been getting almost every single thing right. Yeah, he's very good at his theories. Dude, there's a whole bunch of people that are just so good at theories. But yeah, that one made me really think about some of the stuff that you know, eventually get into. um, yeah, I wish I kind of started earlier, but you know, stuff. Anyways, yeah. So it was that, and then the second one was wait, was that one from him or Gamer Chronicles? But those were the two videos I saw today. Because I saw Dawit made another one, just only talking about Foolie. But I didn't see what it was. I only just saw the thumbnail and the like picture, and it said like false god, and it was a picture of Foolie. So, but I'm pretty sure it's probably like the second part to his recap video, because his recap it was good, but he didn't like touch on everything. And it was him who mentioned, which this I mentioned on the last YouTube stream, like Monday or like 2, 3 days ago now, maybe. No, 2 days ago. Um, that Castellan or Finon, whoops, I didn't mean to go. But that Finon was talking about that there was a different presence that he felt like holding the memories. And obviously it wasn't Cyrene, because Cyrene was there with them on the Astro Express. So maybe it could have been March, because March popped out at the very end after you finished talking to Cyrene, because March wasn't there before. And they just said that they just came back to the Astro Express by the time March and Danhong appears there. But yeah, anyways, I was already sidetracking. Damn, why can't I remember what the other thing was now? Because it was the Stellaron and Demiurge mixing together. And then Akavili being the Trailblazer. That I still no, I don't no, I don't think that's what it is. But you know, that's basically almost everyone's theory. The fourth instance. Well, this maybe I just misunderstood what he said, but I don't agree with what I heard. And again, like I said, unless I just understood it wrong. But saying that Lygus lied about Iron Tomb being the fourth instance was, I mean, it's kind of true, because the way Lygus was implying that the instance would be Iron Tomb born, kill Noose, and that's it. But technically, even though that didn't happen, Lygus is still part right about him being in the fourth instance. Because the very beginning of the fourth instance is Iron Tomb being born. Obviously, he didn't kill Noose, but, you know, as Herta was telling Cyrene, that the fourth instance is a process. It's not just one or two things that happen. It's like a whole long series of events that's most likely gonna have to do with the Trailblazer and them trailblazing. But yeah. Dude, I cannot remember the other thing that he said that made me like realize something. Dude, it's like escaping me. It's honestly driving me crazy. But anyways, it'll probably come back to me. But then Gamer Chronicles video, he just basically said kind of the same stuff, and he thinks which this is actually really interesting. Again, I don't agree with it because I have my own theory about the whole Trailblaze and finality Elio and you know the whole thing. But he said, "Oh, that just reminded me of a comment I saw in the video, but I'll get to it after." Because it's actually proving a lot of weight to the whole theory that I've said before on Twitch and here also, because I mentioned it on Monday stream. Even though I disagree with it, but it's, dude, I don't know, bro. If it turns out to be true, that theory is such a Hail Mary. I don't know how the hell that guy got it right during Imbibiter's Lune's banner. But yeah, about the Game of Chronicle theory. He came out and he said that he thinks that the other person, well, this was the part when Cyrene and Demiurge is mixing together, and then the Trailblazer met the other gender of the Trailblazer. So like for me, I met the girl one. But yeah, he came out and he said like during that, like when they meet each other, is that the other one is Akavili, which that's what most people are saying. But the next part he said was very, very interesting. And he came out and he said that the other one is Akavili, and the Trailblazer themselves is Terminus. That was a very, very interesting theory. I like it a lot. And it, like, you know, if I didn't have my own delusional theories, I will probably honestly agree with that. I mean, it does make sense. We do know that Terminus, like, travels backwards in time. Excuse me. It travels backwards in time. And Akavili goes forward. And we know that Akavili didn't reach the end of their Trailblaze yet, because they're just missing, or presumed to be missing. Which, if they're presumed to be missing, then they're missing. But anyways, but yeah. So if Terminus went back in time because the Akavili didn't finish the Trailblaze, and the Trailblaze didn't meet the end, so finality could begin again. And if Terminus went back in time looking for him, then maybe he went back in time. How do I explain it? Like, maybe he went back in time to start his own Trailblaze to reach an end with Akavili, maybe, and then Akavili will inadvertently become Terminus, like, over time. Maybe something like that. But yeah, that was, when he said that, that made me think, like, wow, that's a phenomenal theory. I haven't heard anyone say that yet. Usually it's just the opposite, that you are Akavili meeting Terminus, or you're just like a part of Akavili meeting another piece of Akavili, or you're just a Trailblazer meeting Akavili. So like something like that, but nothing really with you being the finality. I haven't heard any of those theories yet. Yeah, That's a very good one. But yo, yeah. One of the comments I saw in that video really like made me think even more about this whole theory. And now it's spreading like wildfire, which is actually crazy. Because I was on HoloLab and I was like just looking at all the other games. Well, besides Tears of what is it? Tears of something. That one I don't play, but I play all the other ones. But anyways, I was just like looking, see what type of, you know, just random posts, any art. Dude, people are so talented. It's insane. Like it's genuinely insane. Like I don't know how the hell people have so much talent to draw like that. This is like phenomenal. But then, anyways, um, yeah. So I was looking at the, you know, at all the other games besides just Star Rail, and I was seeing a whole bunch of posts under the different games, especially in Genshin. Um, well, one of them being uh, Alizii being like the variant of the Sarista in Genshin, which honestly I'm kind of on board with that. I just need to figure out the rest though, because maybe I'm probably gonna end up changing it just because of the whole point that even though she is the goddess of love, I mean the stuff that she's doing now is like she's forcing herself to become hateful and like the goddess of hate. And usually all Elysii's or Elysii variants is like love no matter what. But I can't blame the Sarista because, you know, of the third Descender dying. Which, like I've been saying for the longest time, and I was right. I've been saying it since July. Literally, no joke, since July. Like, I have those old Twitch bots on the channel. You know, again, if anyone's ever interested. But yeah, I've been saying it since I mean, not January, since July, that the Sarista and the third Descender was a couple, and not only that, that the third Descender was the first Cryo Archon. Yeah, man, I got the first part right. I just gotta see. And as far as the Sarista being a Snowland Fae, that one I had no clue. I genuinely had no clue. Honestly, I wasn't even thinking about what was she. I was only just focusing on her and the third Descender. Because honestly, I've been thinking of, like, I've been, like, dawning on that. We're thinking about it also. Same thing. Since a Fontaine. Like, why does the Sarista want it so bad? And then Skirk comes out and says that, is made from his bones. Which is insane. Now I think he's the only true Descender that's, like, actually dead. Because the Primordial one, I don't think he's dead. Even though I think he's defeated in the Abyss, I don't think he's physically dead. Maybe like in a slumber, but no, I don't think he's dead. Nubelong, I don't think he's dead either. I think the same situation, maybe a slumber. And then obviously the fourth one is your Traveler, so obviously they're not dead. But yeah, I've been seeing that theory spread like wildfire. that the Sarista is a Lizii XP or variant, whatever you want to call it. And then the second one, which reminded me of the comment in the video, that Gamer Chronicles video, is which, like I said, I've been mentioning this before, and I still don't agree with it. But dude, there's so much stuff that's kind of making sense. It is Polka and Himiko being the same person. That's another theory I've saw it spreading like insane. Like no joke, it was almost every other post. For some reason, especially Zelda Zone, which is weird. Speaking of Zelda Zone, just real quick, 'cause I'm not gonna go too deep into it. I'll probably do that another day, maybe tomorrow. Because Friday, I wanna try that new game that's coming out, where winds meet, or where the winds meet, whatever it is, or something like that. Um, yeah. So, not only did Zelda Zone drop that Dev Note thing, which they're buffing standards, which is insane. I wonder what standard they're gonna do. Hopefully, I get to see it in a live stream soon before it's leaked. Or maybe it is leaked and I just didn't see the leak. Thank God. Even though honestly it wouldn't matter too much. Because most of the leaks I look at anyway, it's just how people fight, like animations. Like I said, on Monday and plenty of streams before, I never look at story stuff. Stories and maps, I don't know. And bosses, I try not to, but most of the time when you're looking at animations, they're like fighting the new boss, so it's like, that's how I saw the propagation Sam robot, which I don't think is Firefly, because I've also been seeing that, but that on YouTube, not on Hoyo Lab, because I'm pretty sure all those people probably would have got banned on Hoyo Lab talking about propagation Sam, because that would be considered a leak. But yeah, so anyways, back to Zelda Zone. That after they dropped that dev note about that and the co-op with chain attacks, I wonder how that's gonna work also. But they dropped some like small little clip of how that guy with the glasses. I always forget his name. I forget his name and I forget the sister's name. I know it's Yi something. But the guy with the glasses, that's well, now he's with Sarah. But before he was our senior at that like martial arts temple, because he was helping us with our perception power, because he also has perception. But his sister, which you also meet at the ending of the quest, her name is Yi something. But they showed how she fight, like a tiny little like thing. It's probably like one of those like, because I don't think it's probably like a skill or ultimate. I doubt it was an ultimate. Like the ending of an ultimate. It just looks like, how you just do like a regular combo, just like pressing. Well, there's no combos in this game. I literally started hitting, trying to do a combo. But you just press like square like 3-4 times and it does like some combo thing. That's what it kind of looked like at the end of the combo of just your basic attack. Cause she had like a gigantic like sword that she like was hitting people, and then she like sat on the sword and like the sword kind of like turned and she like twirled off it. So I just said that just to say that her, I think she's gonna be the first actual like real like XP or variant of like an original character. Because I know I heard people say stuff about like Nicole, like her being Elysiai, which no, I don't think that's true. Or other people being, kind of like someone, which again I don't agree with. I know I even saw people, which that was like a gigantic reach. I don't even know why that was a common thing when Miyabi came out. Literally, the only thing they share the same as a sword. That's it. But I was seeing Miyabi, supposedly quote unquote being Raiden Mei XP. Like what? I don't. Again, I don't know where the hell people got that from. But anyways, that's not the point. The point is that guy's sister, that she might be the actual first one who could be considered a real like variant or XP. Cause she reminds me of Sushang. Um, isn't that her name? Susang, Sushang. No, I think it is Sushang. But yeah, anyways, she reminds me a lot of her, and especially her fighting with the gigantic sword. That's exactly what Sushang does, especially in Honka Impact Third. And in this one, when you do her ultimate, even though it's not really with the sword, it's with that big chicken thing that like smashes that enemy. That reminds me, I wonder if they will ever give her a 5-star like form. That'd be pretty interesting. It would be interesting, but I wonder exactly what would it be though. Because it will most likely probably be the same thing with a sword. But like, what would her path be? I think that would be the more interesting thing. Not even really like the element. I think more of the path, because the path will say a lot about a person. Even though I have my theory of like a double. Like some people have like a character path and then like a true path. Kind of like Rappa. Like Rappa's character path is hunt, with her hunting Dr. Primitive and being a Galaxy Ranger and all the other stuff. But her story, no, I said it backwards. Her story being hunt, and her character, like the end game, like this. Where is she? Like this being erudition, like that her has her character path. But like when you play her story, she's more like hunt. And even Fei Xiao but Fei Xiao is complicated. I know Nova Impact also. Actually, there's quite a few people who has that theory about the double paths. But I know he explains Fei Xiao. Because Fei Xiao is technically, even though she's hunt in this, and when you do her story, she's also hunt. Because hunting Hule and the abundance and whatnot. And even when she fights on the cloud, what was it called? No, she didn't fight there. She fought hold on, where is it? Is it called Cloud something? Or is that a different place? Oh my god. Jesus Christ. Oh no, I was thinking of this. No, it wasn't there. It was here. In the central Starskip Haven. She was fighting here, and then she was somewhere here, and she shot an arrow um into here, I think it was. Or was it the opposite? She was fighting here, and then she shot an arrow here. And it's vice versa. It's one of those. But yeah, stuff like that obviously is Hunt. But like her being like born because she has Borson blood in her. That's how she was able to mix with Hule, so could try to defeat him, so he don't go on a full rampage. But yeah. I felt like I was gonna mention something also before I even started. Oh, this. Yeah, Iris. I don't know who the hell goes from there. Probably someone from Fully. I'll come back to that. Why? Then I was about to say Auto, like Auto Apocalypse, but that's Odie, Sunday Robin. This actually might be Golferwood. Even though Golferwood was here, but I don't know if he was originally. I don't know. I don't know. But this was Gallagher. That's where Gallagher stole all the identities from to become this. Oh, I remember now.
Light up the dawn.
That he mentioned that he didn't like the ending of Euphorius, which a lot of people don't. But then he was talking about some other stuff, and then he mentioned Mythos in the History Fictionologist, which is what Gallagher was from. That he became like an entity, came to this family, stole all the identities, and then he was trying to help the Trailblazer. And then once he finished his mission, he like disappeared. So he was kind of like comparing that to Euphorius. That's what it was. Which made me think about this whole Cyrene having an Ignomata version. Dude, dude, something's still telling me she does. I just don't know exactly what. Because I was like thinking like from the beginning. Because you start off the Trailblazer, you hear her voice, you keep hearing voices, you get interrogated by Castris on the orders of Agalaya. Then you go to the Janus like temple thing, and then that's when you catch the gaze of Orynyx, and then Mem comes and whatnot. And then let's see what else. Because I know there's a whole bunch of stuff in between, but I'm just trying to just get to the parts with the Trailblazer and like Mem. And you do the whole Nikador fight. After that, what was after that? Because I feel like there was something. There had to be something in between. Because I'm also trying to think of the banners. Cause yeah, during Agalaya, that was the whole thing. And then you met Mem, fought Nikador. Wait, did you fight Nikador with Agalaya? Yes, you did. Yes, you did. Yeah, you did fight Nikador with Agalaya, or during Agalaya's banner. I remember. It was because that's when I pulled Herta. Because I was using Mini Herta and I was getting destroyed because, you know, I just didn't build her properly. Which was stupid. I still need to build her properly. I mean, she's better than before, but still. I need to build everyone. But anyways, that's not the whole point. Yeah, and then I pulled Herta and I built her, and then I fought him, and then I destroyed the shit out of him. Yeah, I remember. Those were like the early stages. And then it was Tribby and Mighty. Damn, what was it during that banner? Wait, is that when we went back in time to do something with oh no, was that after? I know we had to go something back in time to meet the other Chrysosairs, like the NPC versions, which was Pollux, whatever the hell Castra's sister is, and then like the other one that started with a G. No, I think that was after Mighty's banner. I don't even remember what the hell it was. Anyways, something happened there. And then it was Annexa and Castrus Annexa. And then it was that one. Went back in time for some other stuff. I believe that was also the first time you meet Cyrene. Right? No, or was that one after? Oh, was Tribute the one when you're fighting and running away from the Flame Reaver? And one of the Tribbies died, which she used the portal gate to send us like away from him. I think that was like the major thing. Anyways, yeah, but then Castrus, I believe that was the first time you meet Cyrene. And then you fight the girl sister. You find out the girl sister turned into the dragon. And you fought her. And it was Hyacinth and Cypher. Then that's when you fought what's that Titan's name? Aquila, whatever it is. Or is it that same update when you meet Cyrene? Jeez, I really don't remember. Someone needs to do a recap of like from January to now, like every single update, because I literally forgot. I don't know which is which. Anyway, that's not the point. The point is I'm just trying to like retrace the steps, thinking what the hell could be like something like Ignomano. Because if you think about it, Ignomano, they're kind of almost not exactly the same, but kinda like the cremators. Because with the cremators, they take memories and destroy it, so no one can have like access to them due to like whatever reason. Like it's basically kind of like personal reasons, you could say. Kind of how like Dahlia did her what you call it? Kind of like how the Dahlia destroyed the memories that Black Swan was trying to get from Akron. When Akron was no, when Black Swan was in Akron's room. That's what I meant to say. So they're kinda like that, but with Mythos, I don't think it's really like destroying. Well, so far I haven't seen an instance of them destroying a memory. I know they distort memories and tell lies so no one knows the truth. Which honestly might... Yeah, because, oh, dude, this whole Foley thing has been like... Because that's the thing. I don't even know if what Herta said was like actually true. Like, did she find that out? Well, okay. How do I say this without making it too confusing? Because like I said, Mythos usually tells lies to hide the truth. I have yet to see them destroy memories. But the reason why I kind of compare Mythos with the Cremators is because they both have their own form of distorting the truth. One literally just destroys it, the other one just, you know, writes stuff like over it and just tells a lie. But because I still have this theory, I don't think I'm wrong, man. I think I'm still right. I just don't know how. Especially with the Cyrene part. Because I think with Fu Li you have Mythos. You can't have one without having the other. I think they're literally like synonymous with each other. And that's the case with March and Evernight. Because Evernight is Ignomata and March is Remembrance. Because March is a pure child of Anasavara. And due to her being born, Evernight was born also. And we already see that Evernight, she but she didn't like distort the truth. She took all the truth and hid it away from March. But I mean, technically, if you think about it, she distorted her past. So, you know, basically following the same thing that Mythos does to everyone else, which is, you know, the Eon of Ignomata. But I don't know, dude. It's just Cyrene is like throwing me off. Like there has to just be something. Because for the longest time, I was thinking, you know, before I played the quest, I was thinking that the Demiurge was just the literal Stellaron, and not really like a Demiurge, not a consciousness. It was just a Stellaron. But the Stellaron was also Cyrene's Ignomata form. But that didn't turn out like nowhere near close. But like everything else she's done so far, it's not like she hasn't done anything. Well, I mean, Because if, now that you think about it, because now that she's stuck living in Forius over and over and over and over, maybe that's how she turns Ignomata. Because you gotta remember, the Demiurge was kind of like how do you say it? Kind of like her own like Elysiae like realm from like Honka Impact Third, just containing all the memories. Or in this game, you could say kind of like the Garden of Recollection. That's what Cyrene like used it for, and the Demiurge kind of just, you know, created its own recollection. And then like over time, it wanted to become Cyrene, so it did. And now that they're together, and then they're like one of the same, so they're not separate anymore. Now she has to be forced to basically kind of like relive. Well, not kinda, she does have to be forced to relive every single thing she just went through. So now she's gonna go through the same process over and over and over. Dude, you know what I literally just realized while I'm saying this? Everyone else broke free from Euphorius and the like 33 million cycles. But yeah, she has to go through her own 33 million cycles, kind of like what Finon did and the Flame Reaver. Now it's like Cyrene has to do her own thing, just so Iron Tomb doesn't have a chance to be born again. Which is crazy now that I think about it. But anyways, I said all that just to say that I wonder like if now she's Ignomata and not fully. Because if you think about it, like March and Evernight, like Evernight purposely like hid March's passed away. So like the other Garden or Recollection people don't try to get her, even though they're like terrified of Evernight. But she's basically like protecting herself from herself. I know that sounds so weird, but Evernight's protecting March from herself, basically. Like I said, I know that sounds kind of confusing, but that's literally what's happening. So due to that, and you also gotta remember, March and Evernight is also one and the same now. So, you know, kind of like how Cyrene and the Demiurge is one and the same now. So, yeah, basically what I'm trying to get at is like, since Evernight had to do this kind of the same to March to protect her, then maybe Cyrene doing this to herself is to protect her. So, even though she has the highest chance, well, for right now, because I'm pretty sure there's going to be another person. And actually, there is another person. I'll get to that after. I just don't know who that person is. But yeah, anyways. She's the strongest candidate to be Fooly right now. But since she's trapping herself, like, within, you know, her own cycles and the story that the Trailblazer went through, now she's reliving it over and over. So Iron Tomb doesn't get out. then like she's dude, I know this sounds so confusing because I just said she's the highest like candidate to be fully right now. But since she's doing that and she's occupied with keeping Ironton sealed, then she's also indirectly the weakest candidate to become fully, because now like she can't leave Emporius, so she just like stuck there, so she would never like go beyond that for now again, because I'm pretty sure stuff will happen and Emporius will be real and my theory will be resurrected again, but for now it's dead. Because Cyrene will marry Emporius, all the people will become real, the Trailblazer will write it into existence, and everyone will be real. That is still going to happen. I have faith. Even though it didn't happen in the last quest, which is what I thought was going to happen. But it still could happen because of what Mini-Herda said in the space station. That it's possible to make Emporius real. It will just take time. But yeah, that's kind of what I think right now with Cyrene. That even though she is the strongest candidate, but due to her being forced to live the cycles over and over to keep Iron Tomb like inside, then she's also indirectly the weakest, because now she can't get a chance to collect other memories and, you know, be born into Fully. Because that's what literally Fully is. Just a body of memories. Now, because honestly, like before, I wasn't confused in how Fully worked. I was just confused in why Fully did it in the first place. Because if you're just a body of memories, why do you keep shattering yourself, losing the memories and then regaining it like again, just to get the same memories? Like, but that's not the case. That's what I thought before. But now we know why. She and yes, I think Fully officially is a woman. Just because of Cyrene calling out her real name, which is Elizei. She didn't say Elizei fully, but she said the EYL. So we all know who that is. That's 100% Elizei. But anyways, yeah, now it makes sense and why she shatters herself. It's because she's born in finality, but when people see her like now, like through the cosmos, like current cosmos stuff, or even like before, which is, I know that sounds weird, but basically like throughout the story's lore, because the story's lore don't only start at the beginning of the game with the Trailblazer, because stuff happened before that. You know, both Rupert Wars, Scholar Strife, the Prosperity thing, the Second Great Prosperity. You know, Lord Ravager fights, Zulu being killed, or Zulu. Yeah, that's his name, Zulu. Zulu being killed. You know, a whole bunch of stuff like that, obviously. So, like, during that time also, and obviously in the Trailblazers timeline. Every time we see a Fu Li, it's really just a shard of her shattered body, Elysia's shattered body, which Elysia is Fu Li's real name. Again, I know what they're pulling. I'm not dumb. It's just so messed up that in the beginning of well, not in the beginning, it was before that, when they do the live stream showing excuse me, yeah, when they do the live stream showing the next updates, that's what I mean, beginning of Euphorius. Like, in that update, when they were showing that we're going to Euphorius and we're gonna meet all these people and whatnot, that there was I forgot what he is. I know he's some high position that does something with story. Saji, actually, yeah, Saji, I think that's his name. Because he also worked on Haka Impact 3rd. So, everyone who saw him in the live stream, because I was reading the comments, everyone was like, oh no, not again. Another Elysia realm and the 13 Flame Tracers. Because he said the same thing in Haka Impact 3rd. Oh, what a romantic story. And look what happened. Said the same thing about Panaconi. Panaconi is gonna be not a romantic story. He said it was gonna be man, what was the word? I know he said like happy and exciting, but he said a specific word. I forgot what it was. And then again, everyone in the comments was like, "Oh no, that means it's gonna be the complete opposite," and it was. That thing was crazy. Panaconi still got the best story so far. But anyways, so yeah, all the Fu Lis that we see now is really not Fu Li. It's just pieces of Fu Li. That's like that. How to explain it? Okay, because you know how Cyrene is like Euphorius's Fu Li, so it's something like that. So if any other person got gazed at by Fu Li, or Fu Li was there gazing, like recording a memory or whatever, then it's just the same thing. It's like that person's Fu Li, or that planet's Fu Li, or faction, or whatever the case is. Which brings me to my next point. That we already know there's a different Fu Li in existence. Because, where is it? Let me find it. Fu Li is actually, why does this keep saying no? I've been like pressing that for days already. Let me see. Oh, this stuff that's red. Ooh, interesting. I'll get back to this. Let me just see. I'm not gonna forget, because it has to do with watching an IPC member. Oh, now that I see this, I also gotta do these codes, cause one of them I haven't done yet. Well, I haven't done any of them, but the reason why is because I wanted to do one of them on the stream because one of them is actually from Xandar himself. And I want to talk about that also. Because it kind of leads into my theory of each Xandar has their own path of doing like whatever and figuring out how to probably still kill Noose, but like a different way. Or just like other stuff entirely. But the point is that all of them are not on the same path. So all of them is not like Lycus. They're just trying to destroy stuff. Like one is destruction, obviously Lycus, and then the other one's does God know what. Although I still think my theory about Skrullum, even though I was completely wrong with everyone else, especially Anaxa, even Noose himself, Iron Tomb, Phynon, just because Phynon merged with Iron Tomb. But them also being fragments, yeah, that was insanely wrong. And also the Ruperts, I don't think they're fragments also. Because when Xandar, or Lycus, when Lycus said he gave Herta like authority of all 9 fragments, so nobody in the Genius Society like better go after her, especially Polka, because she's the only one that be going after people. Yeah, when he said he gave authority to all 9 fragments, that implies that all of them is alive. So it can't. I don't think it's the Ruperts, because they're both dead. So yeah, I don't think it's them anymore. However, I do still think about Skrullum and possibly Ratio. Skrullum, I'm like 100% convinced now. Especially when Lygus and Skrullum had that conversation, and Lygus was trying to convince Skrullum to take him to the planet where Nanook ascended, saying he has a destruction erudition equation to use destruction to kill Noose. That's what I meant to say. It's not a destruction equation, because the destruction equation he created on Euphorius. But anyways, he has something there to still kill Noose. And Skrullum said no, which again I don't understand why, because he could have just took that equation and just did his own crap on it and like destroy it, or come out with like a counter to that equation. But anyways, after that, Lygus came out and said that it doesn't matter because Skrullum's consciousness will send him there anyway. And consciousness was like highlighted. So it's like implying that it doesn't matter because Xandar could still send you there. Because that's how all of them is connected. Through the consciousness of Xandar. Hence the 9 fragments. So I don't know. I mean, that's just what I think. But I'm still like 100% convinced that Skrullum is one of the fragments. And he's gonna use Erudition to destroy Erudition. And Lygus used Destruction to destroy Erudition. And possibly Ratio will probably use Elation to destroy to destroy Erudition. I literally just said Erudition before and I got stuck on stupid. But yeah, That's what I think. I think that's what's gonna happen. And the reason why I think he's elation is because, dude, that whole story about the worm, um, that Aha created the worm and then like destroyed it, to send it to the Genius Society, and then when it didn't, then he destroyed it and like left it. And even when you talk to Ratio, he's like so. Because I've been saying this for a while now. Also, my whole theory about Welt Joyce from the Sea of Quanta, being Aha, which actually I'll get to that after, because I have a theory on why it shows his body behind a whole bunch of masks. But like I said, I'll get to that after. Where was I even going with this? Oh, well, Joyce being Aha. So yeah, I've had that theory for a while, and I think that Aha is like an actual genius, but since like nothing matters, then he just like, just wants to entertain himself. That's why he does a whole bunch of crazy crap, and the Masked Fools does crazy shit also. But they're geniuses, especially during the Rupert Wars. I don't know which one. Maybe it was the second one. That they created a vaccine. No, not a vaccine. A virus that the Rupert's army was like getting infected with, and they were like dying from like themselves. They were like dying from the inside because of the Masked Fools virus that they created. And they were the only people in the cosmos that was able to create a counter virus, that could infect the Ruperts and his army. The only people. Which says a lot because they had the IPC before. They had geniuses before. They even had Skrullum. That also reminds me. I wonder why Skrullum was like one of the only people who couldn't get infected, no matter what. That's interesting. But anyways, that's not the point. The point is that the Masked Fools could do stuff that other people can't do. So they are geniuses. They're not dumb. They just, don't care. And they just do dumb stuff. That's it. So following that same logic, Ratio kind of falls in that same boat. But it's just not him really doing dumb stuff. It's him bashing knowledge because he thinks knowledge is dumb. Because it's like, I don't know how to explain it. Ratio is a very confusing person. Because he kind of likes knowledge and he uses knowledge, but then he realizes that knowledge is dumb. Using knowledge to figure out that knowledge is dumb. It's like I said, it's like a little confusing. And then his whole thing about calling himself a Mondanite and stuff, which also correlate to worms. So it's like very, very similar stuff. So I think that's probably one of the 9 fragments also, which is elation. Destroying erudition using elation. Which, again, like I said, it's kind of what he's already doing. Because he's trying to like disprove knowledge, saying it's dumb, while using knowledge. Again, it's very complicated. this whole entire game is like so backwards. They're like all over the place. But yeah, I really don't know, man. I really don't know who the other ones could be. Not sure. Oh, dude, you know what I just realized? Well, this was two different completely people. Cause remember how I just mentioned in the Game of Chronicles video about being finality and the other one being the trailblaze, like um being like oh my god, what is the guy's name? I literally just said it earlier. Akavili. Dude, oh my god, what is wrong with me? Because now that I see this, I saw another theory, which at the time didn't make sense, but if the Game of Chronicles is right, and we actually are finality, then it's true that we didn't meet the trailblaze yet, even though we are trailblazing. Because I forgot who said it, but one person came out and said that the fourth path of this was actually the trailblaze. But I never really it didn't make sense, especially with Kafka saying that we haven't interacted with it yet. But now that I remember that, and now that I saw this guy's video, and he thinks that you are the finality, and the other one is Akavili, which is the trailblaze, then it could be possible for the fourth one to be the trailblaze. Because, like I said, we have yet to meet the trailblaze, which is obviously Akavili. And since he's missing, then it would be impossible for us to, do anything with that or cross paths with Trailblaze, even though we are trailblazing. And no, that sounds confusing. But we're only trailblazing because we're Terminants going back in time to trailblaze to find Akavili. So it's not us being trailblazers, it's us being finality. Again, as I don't think that's the case, but you know, now that I just remembered both of them saying that, then if it is it, then that's possibly the answer of how it could be the fourth one. But I don't think it is the fourth one. I have no idea what the fourth one is. Honestly, I genuinely don't know. Maybe it is Trailblazer or Trailblaze. Just because of the simple fact that you have to trailblaze from the beginning to reach the end, and when you reach the end, finality happens. But I really don't know. That's also another thing, because I know I was mentioning that before. Because now that I read and it says the fourth path, however, remains vacant or has simply yet to manifest, that reminds me of the Exotel trailer that the fourth one could be Remembrance. And that reminds me of Elio's script. See, this is exactly what I'm talking about him leaving his scripts blank and certain stuff. Because he knows the Trailblazer can change it. So if he writes it, then it's like a definitive answer. And you don't want it to be definitive. Because then what's the whole point of trailblazing? And to break the chains of destiny. Because, you know, that's Elio's whole entire thing. Break the chains of destiny so he's no longer Destiny's slave. No, now that I see that, maybe the fourth path just doesn't exist at all. And maybe it's just due to certain things that we do that something could be the fourth path. But since there's no definitive answer, then there is no fourth path. I wonder if that's exactly what it is. Because like I just said, for remembrance to be the fourth path, you know, we had to freeze everything with Cyrene. Like permanently forever. And then that would be the fourth path. But we know it's not the fourth path because when you talk to Kafka in the story, in the last quest, not this quest, in the last quest, she says we have yet to meet the fourth one. And that was in the space station. So we have yet to meet the Harmony. But she knows we are going to meet the Harmony because if she didn't, then the fourth one would be Remembrance, if that makes sense. Because like I said, it's at the space station she says it. So obviously we haven't met Harmony yet. And we do meet Remembrance. So how can we meet one and then the other one that we meet is like not the answer? Like, you see what I'm trying to get at? It just doesn't make sense. So like I said, I think the fourth one just doesn't exist at all. I think it's literally on the decisions that the Trailblazer chooses that the fourth one appears. Because the fourth one just doesn't exist. Oh, before I go into the the Foley thing, saying that there's another one. Now that I see Nihility, and I was talking about Aha. Actually, you know what? Let me just pull up the picture of this guy. Cause oh wait, it doesn't show him. Whoops. I swore I thought. Whoops. How the hell? Oh, I know where to go. Yeah, I know where to go. I forgot about this place. Oh, now that I'm here. Let me see.
Polka Kakamund, member 4 of the Genius Society, a woman full of mystery. Many people in the society died.
Want to see if she says anything different.
I haven't heard anything about her for many years, but I firmly believe she is still alive.
Oh, I just realized I never said what was the evidence that's making the theory stronger. I just said I just saw the theory in Hoyo Lab. Okay, just real quick. And then I'll go back to the other stuff. Because when I was reading the comment in the Gamer Chronicles video, the comment said that if you look at the second anniversary trailer, which that trailer actually shows a lot, like a whole lot, especially at the very end when the Trailblazer is like in the middle and it shows like some eons like surrounding him, kind of like a half circle. I wonder what that means. And I had to see exactly which eons does do that, because I think I could try to figure something out on why those specific ones do that. Because it's not all the eons, it's specific ones. But anyways, in that trailer, there's a part with Himiko playing like a violin, and the dress kind of looks a little, not exactly, but a little bit like this, sort of. Um, so that was like one thing he said. Then this part, I could see it a little bit, but it's honestly a reach. Because, like I said, she's playing a violin, and then there's one part when it's like the Astro Express train, like going through, and all you see is like the reflection of Himiko's hand, like using the stick. I don't know what the stick is called. Using the stick against the like violin thing, but you only see her hand using the stick. So he thinks that's like a scalpel, which I could see it a tiny bit, but I think that's a reach. Especially she's just been playing the violin. Um, but yeah, then there's that, and then the part when you meet the when you meet like the crystallized version of Kafka and Himiko, when you're inside kind of like the Elysiai realm, you could say, of Enforius, which was the place where you met the other like Trailblazer, and where Cyrene the Demiurge merged together. It's on that same map where you meet the crystallized Kafka and crystallized Himiko, that they're talking. And Himiko comes out and says, she says that we can't lose yet, because aren't you curious about like everyone's stories, like talking about her, and especially her and Vote, because we don't really know nothing. So then the guy mentioned that, and then he was explaining how curiosity is really what all links the Genius Society together, and then that's how they come up with like theories and then whatnot, and then Noose like takes those answers and like does the calculations and stuff like that. But the whole basis of the Genius Society is like curiosity. So he was like comparing that to Himiko saying stuff about curiosity towards the Trailblazer. So that was like also a connection he found, which was it's a pretty strong connection, because it does make sense, especially because right before Himiko started talking about curiosity, um, Kafka was talking about like doing stuff like, how to explain it, like kind of doing stuff like correctly to defy the odds, changing like destiny or whatever. But she wasn't emphasizing curiosity. She was mostly emphasizing on like the destiny part of the Trailblazer, like doing stuff according to Elio's script. And Himiko on the other side is like kind of saying, oh, to hell with the script and go with your curiosity. So I don't know. I mean, I could kind of see it, but I still have my theory about her being related to a Drilla, and I'm kind of gonna stick with that. But while I was also watching the trailer, it's right around the same part when Kafka does like that violin stick thing. Then it goes inside the Astro Express, and there's a chess game between Kafka and Himiko. And Kafka is winning, and I could tell because she has more pieces on the board. Even though, that doesn't mean, anything technically, because, one wrong move and she could get a checkmate. But I'm just keeping stuff simple. I'm not going into the whole fancy art of, chess boxing or whatever. I'm literally just keeping stuff simple. That Kafka is winning because she has more pieces on the board. And this was also interesting. And I would say it could because of lighting. It could be because of the lighting and where they were sitting at. Because there was really kind of like no light. The light was coming from the outside. So like the front of them we see would be like a shadow. I would agree with that. But we could still see color on Kafka and some of the other accessories that Himiko has. Because in that same picture where they're playing chess, Kafka is drinking that liquor thing, whatever the hell it is, wine or God knows what, whatever. Doesn't matter. And then Kafka is drinking, I mean, not Kafka, Himiko is drinking her coffee like always, because you could tell by the teacup. But the rose that she has on, does she also have it on her hand? I think about it. Well, I could just look at her. But I know definitely on the neck. Or like around the neck area. Or like high chest. She has like that golden rose. But in the trailer, both roses that she had on was completely black. Like, I wonder what that means. Like, why wasn't it gold? Why was it completely black? It was odd. But yeah, I don't know. Nah, that kind of looks like a rose. Sort of.
Hey, Lord of Silence, if you're here, if you're listening, I'm member 83 Herda, and I want to meet you. I believe you and I will have a lot to talk about.
Okay, hold on. Let me do this real quick. I know this is probably gonna look weird, but I just want to see. It's invert. Oh, stupid. What is that on her chest? What is that symbol? It does kind of look a little bit like a rose. And like those uh three outside stuff is like petals. And she has a pen in her hand and a notepad. I just realized I've really never done this before. um, I mean, we know Himiko is a genius because she fixed the Astro Express train. But is that something this girl would do? I really don't know, man. I mean, the glove looks the same because they were both wearing black gloves, but that doesn't mean anything. Um, Phasma. You can't tell, but she wears a hairpin. Because that's where the scalpel is. That we could tell because it's in one of those coral things where Herta is in. Or is that? Actually, no. I think it's the thing next to it right there. Anyway, it doesn't matter. I'll show it after. Dude, I don't know, man. I don't really see anything. It's just that symbol. Someone knows. Have we seen that symbol before? Hold on. It's not on the other geniuses, is it? No. I don't see it. Screw them. AKA Fragment of Xandar. Oh, just real quick, let me... Where is that thing? Wait, is it here or is it in Divergent Universe? Oh, no. It's in the Divergent Universe. Oh, no, it's right there, yeah. That's Polka's scalpel. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't think Himiko and Dub is the same. I do, however, still think, why is he thing empty? Oh, because they're like from, like Golden Gears and the other thing. I still haven't beaten all of those things also. So which one is missing? Because propagation, Aha's right there, Fuli's right there. But I'll get to those later. Yeah, who is... Okay, preservation, remembrance, elation, hunt, destruction, nihility, abundance, propagation, erudition, ferocity, equilibrium. Oh, Enna. She's one of them. Shipe. Yeah, I know it's Enna because I saw a picture of it before. So it's Enna, Shipe. Oh, I don't know if Shipe's over here or Enna's over here. Doesn't matter. Yeah, Shipe, Enna. Huh. Who's the last one? Because now I'm trying to think of all paths. Because permanence is a path, but I know it's not permanence. I know they haven't shown permanence. Actually, hold on. Is that the only... No. There's permanence, there's Adrilla. I doubt it's Adrilla. Yeah, I really doubt it's Adrilla. Well, I mean, what they're gonna show? A broken stone? Like, I doubt it. Yeah, I'm trying to think of the other paths. There's Adrilla, Permanence, or Adrilla's Beauty, same thing. But Adrilla is the Eon of Beauty. Permanence, Beauty. Damn, why am I stuck on stupid? Who is the last one? I know 100% it's Enna. And I'm like 80% sure it's Shipe. Because we already seen her so many times. Dude, I'm so tempted to look this up. You know what? Let me see. Because I can't even remember the other paths. Hold on. Because I'm trying to think of it in my head. Preservation, remembrance, elation, hunt, destruction, nihility, abundance, propagation, erudition, order, harmony, ferocity, equilibrium, permanence, beauty, permanence, beauty. Oh my god. Alright, I'm gonna look it up. Dude, I got no clue, man. Wait a minute. No, it's not Trailblaze. Is it? How can I literally forget about the Oh! It's Terminus! Right? Hold on. Is it Terminus? This thing is taking mad long to load. What the hell? Let me see. Bro, this is not even... I asked for the people that shows up in the simulated universe. Is over here telling me all the other eons. Like, okay, thank you, but that wasn't that wasn't requested. Oh my god, dude, this is annoying me. Dude, I'm so dumb. I just realized I didn't even mention the Mythos either, and I was literally talking about him nonstop. Dude, this should not be goddamn complicated. Why is this being complicated? Dude, who the hell has the damn thing? Oh my god, this is annoying me. Oh my god, I feel like I'm going psychotic. How the hell does no one have a goddamn picture of what all 14 eons is? Oh my god. Dude. Bro, am I gonna have to go to YouTube and watch a video? That should literally just be a picture of what the hell it is. Okay, see, it is Anna. One of them is Anna. I knew I was 100% sure Anna. I remember a picture of seeing her. Yeah, Anna Shipe. Okay, now who's the last one? Oh, the last one is Mythos. Oh. Again, I was mentioning him earlier. How the hell did I not remember that guy's name? How was I only remembering permanence and beauty I have not mentioned them today. I was literally talking about the Trailblazer finality and Mythos. Bro. That's embarrassing, dude. Oh, okay. Okay, does this say? I don't think it says it here. Or maybe it does. Let me see. Look at that. Literally in the first sentence. There are plenty of mysterious eons in the universe, and Fuli is particularly enigmatic. Dude, like, they're literally telling you, man. They're telling you he's also Mythos, or she's also Mythos. They're one and the same. Ah, this is it. Yeah. Fortunately, the one time that Fuli's arrival was recorded was the last public appearance of Louis Fleming, the founder and lifetime honorable board member of the IPC. So you see, there's already someone out there who also is a candidate to be Fuli. Because remember, the conversation between I was about to say screw them. The conversation between excuse me, Cyrene and Herda. I almost forgot her name for a second. Herda says that Fu Li isn't born yet. That it will be born when finality happens. And whoever has been gazed at by Fu Li is just a pure child of Ana Servara. So when the Trailblazer got gazed at by Fu Li, it was really Cyrene. Because she's a pure child of Ana Servara. So when this happened, because like I said, Fu Li is only born in finality. So for someone to realize that Fu Li has gazed upon Louis Fleming's like retirement party, you could say, that means there's already someone out there that's a candidate, and probably the strongest candidate, honestly, the real strongest candidate. Because I don't think it's Cyrene, even though Herta said it's Cyrene, but due to Cyrene being in Euphoria's trapping herself, doing the cycles over and over and over to keep Iron Tomb like in prison, so he won't like be born again, then she's indirectly the weakest one because now she can't do anything. She's like stuck in a prison herself. So whoever the hell this quote unquote Fu Li is that gazed upon Louis Fleming's retirement party, this is the real candidate. The real one who actually could become Fu Li. I just don't know. I need to. That's the thing, because they really don't say much about this, also. They really just say, he just had a party. But it's not like, they go into detail like every single member. Because then maybe I could try to figure out, like, especially if anybody there was pink hair. Then the person who was at that party with pink hair, that's the person right there that became Fu Li. Or, quote unquote Fu Li. Mm. Actually, you know what? Let me read this whole entire thing because I'm like skimming through it just to see if it mentions any other person, and I'm not really not getting anything. I need to just read it normally. Um, okay, that's interesting. The human representing wealth and the eon representing remembrance briefly locked eyes with each other. Maybe they exchanged some words, or maybe they didn't. The recording didn't manage to catch that. Of course it didn't, because that was probably Mythos. Why would Mythos do that? Who knows? Actually, now that I think about it, if they're one and the same, and Mythos' purpose is to distort like history so people don't know the truth, then maybe they're doing it in a way kind of like not exactly like it, but kind of like how Elio writes a script. Because like I just said earlier, Elio writes scripts and leaves blank spaces so the trailblazer could, have a chance to change an outcome. And if Elio writes it, then that means it's like a definitive answer. So maybe with Fully and Mythos, since Fully shatters herself and creates all these other mini Foolies who has a chance to become Fully, like Fully in its entirety, then maybe Mythos distorts history because if they find out the truth, then they could force a person to become Fully. And if that happens, then finality will happen because that person becomes Fully. And if that person becomes Fully too early, then finality happens. So maybe that's why they distort history. In the event that someone tries to force someone to become Fully. Oh wow. Dude, I literally never even put two and two together to just now. Dude, I'd be fascinating myself. Alright, let me finish reading. It's like a couple sentences. Uh, huh, that's interesting. Oh, it's probably the conversation that they had. But I wonder what could that conversation be for him to be so calm? Because it says Fully then disappeared and Louis Fleming turned and walked off stage, never to be seen again. Seriously, out of everyone who had faced an eon, that old man was the calmest I've seen. Even Screwland's gears squeaked when he saw Noose. That's funny. Well, why was he so calm? Maybe him seeing Fully, maybe he realized that his time is like done, like he was gonna die soon, like after he retired, or I don't know. That's odd. That's really odd. This is interesting. The final wailing and screams of countless lives before their demise shook me to the core. Alas, it was the doing of Ouroboros the Veracity. Oh. So when finality happens and you hear the last like scream, basically scream, it's Veracity. I thought Veracity was already dead. Or maybe it died so far into the future that it could be heard in the past. Dude, all this like time loop stuff, like what the hell, dude? It's like so confusing. Oh, hold on. To be honest, everyone thought that they were just a clumsy Leviathan, like how whatever the hell that guy's name was thought to be an oversized statue. Who would have guessed that their body has multiple forms? Huh. Wow, it literally tells us right there. Fully has multiple forms. How the hell did no one put this together? It literally says it right there. Wow. I suspect that there is a dimension unknown to humanity under the dark tides that gave birth to them. Dude, that's literally what I thought the other day. That since Cyrene called out her true name, which was Elizei, then maybe Elizei is also from the Sea of Quanta that came to this universe and became Fully. Just like how I think Walt Joyce did the same thing. That he came to this universe and became Aha. Oh, dude. Hmm. No, I didn't do. I don't have the third one. Unbelievable. That's not good. Um. Oh, is this? Oh, yeah, this is a story about the worm. Yeah. Oh, that's interesting. Okay, right at the end it says, without the Eon's blessing, the worm died instantly and tragically. I don't know why Elias Salas recorded this in such great detail. Maybe he was shocked by this. Hmm. What is that implying? What are they trying to say? Actually, that is a good question. Why did they record this in such great detail? Hmm. I'll think about that. I don't know if anything's gonna come out from that, but we'll see. Oh, well, maybe it could be the death and birth of a dead emanator. Because if it is true about Ratio being that worm, and again him with his whole Monday night crap, maybe that's why he recorded this in such great detail. Because he literally witnessed a death of an emanator and the birth from the death of an emanator. Possibly? Huh. I'll see if I could try to see some stuff in Ratio's bio. Yeah, as you can tell, I'm not, you know, gonna be fighting or anything today. I kind of wanted to do this earlier, but, like I said, life. Um, but anyways, yeah, I was just gonna do this regardless, even if I did do this earlier. I was just gonna talk about theories and stuff. I didn't feel like fighting or anything, even though press like one button in this game, but still, I kind of just want to let all my theory stuff out, cause probably later today and tomorrow, I think I'm gonna be on Twitch. I'll play like Zelda Zone and Wuthering Waves. Dude, I have still yet to do the Wuthering Waves story. And honestly, I'm still amazed. I haven't been spoiled with like everything yet. Because the only thing, well, I did see one more thing. So I guess you could say I saw a new spoiler. But before, the only thing I saw was Genshu Lin. I think that's his name. He appeared in that blind guy story. And he didn't. I didn't see him with the Tasik mark on his neck, so I know that's a flashback. And then, like 2 days, yeah, basically 2 days ago, yeah. I saw Fenrico having the conversation with the blind man, telling him what to do and to give I forgot what it was. To give the oh my god, what is the main character's name? Rover. Oh my god, dude. Unbelievable. To give Rover something. I forgot what it was. But basically Rover used it at the end of the quest. And then Fenrico appeared to the side of him and then they like wiped away the dark tide. So whatever the thing was, that is what he gives to the blind guy. I saw that on YouTube. As far as anything else, I haven't seen. I did hear that the quest was short though. It was probably like an hour and a half, which is insanely short. But anyways, I said all that just to say that I need to do that quest and I need to do the event. I need to do a whole bunch of other stuff because I need to get that guy. I need to get him on both accounts, especially in my other account. Because my other account, I'm on a guarantee. On my main account, I'm in like a 50-50. Because I've been on a little winning streak. Because it was Cardia. Yeah, Cardia, Lupa, Furlova, Augusta, and Galperina. So I'm on a 5 winning streak. Uh, yeah, anyways. I don't even know why I sidetracked with that. But yeah. So, most likely I'll probably come back on YouTube Friday. Because, like I said, I really do want to try that where the winds meet thing. And honestly, I think I'm gonna try that on YouTube, most likely. Because I really don't know. I mean, I think it would do good on Twitch, but I know I was saying this the other day. The stuff that keep happening on that platform, dude, that's Twitch might have like a crash, dude. A whole bunch of people are probably gonna end up start fleeing Twitch, and then it's gonna be like bad for people who want to be streamers or even like actual streamers themselves. Like it's like I don't know, but yeah. So I'll most likely probably do that Friday, and I'll stream here. And then I also need to do my other accounts because I'm like so far behind on those also. I still haven't even talked to the Astro Express crew to go to the Cienjo on my second account. All I've been doing is like the Divergent Universe and like some relics and stuff like that. A little bit of like farming, so I don't be like completely weak. But like anything story wise, I haven't even done it. I haven't even done some of the side quests, which I should do. The main quests, I usually do those when I stream, just so you know I could like kill time with it. I guess I don't know. And if like anyone like new like comes along and they're seeing the game for the first time, or maybe you know a day one player like me, and they just want to revisit old stuff, see if they could like catch anything that they didn't before. Honestly, because that's kind of the whole point. I kind of made a second account. Well, one to also kind of stream for the beginning, but another part was to honestly see, because now that we know more stuff, I want to see if I could catch anything from like before, or I could see something that maybe hasn't been answered yet, and try to find a possibility or whatever. Um, I've been talking this whole time. The only thing I've read was like the first two sentences, and then I stopped. Excuse me, and then I stopped. Oh yeah, this is when he blew up the train. Yeah, he blew up the Astro Express. Yeah, I don't know what the hell was wrong. I don't know why he did that. I'm pretty sure he did it more than just jokes. There had to be a different reason. This shapeshifter though, that's good to know. Shapeshift into a human. Oh yeah. Okay, so I have this. I still think he's well Joyce, but I have a theory about Aha that what if he's physically not in the cosmos? Kind of something like full. Well, mm, mm. Okay, kind of like fully in the sense that their presence is currently not in the cosmos right now. That's a good way to put it. Because fully technically hasn't been born yet. With Aha, I think it's something else. I think Aha is not in the cosmos. I think he's still sitting on the imaginary tree where he ascended. I know that sounds crazy, but I don't know. It's just, dude, something feels off about this guy, especially with him, because you can see the figure behind the mask. Like if someone just like someone like him, like you would think he would probably be like out front, probably with his like own mask or whatever. But what if okay, because I'm gonna sidetrack a little bit, but it's gonna lead to this also because I think it's connected. Because I've had this theory that the place where the path space is where Tevet is. That's when the traveler and the sibling completely break fate. They defeat Celestia, and then like everything is like destroyed. So they like destroy everything, and then they leave, creating the Trailblaze. Because again, I don't think Akavili is the first Trailblazer. Even though it says he's the Eon of the Trailblaze, I don't think he's the first one. I think it's kind of like a title thing. Like, one person trailblazes, reaches finality, finality happens, the next person goes, trailblazes. So I think it's kind of like a cycle. And the person in that cycle becomes the Eon of Trailblaze so that they're able to trailblaze through that cycle. And that's what I think. So I think the first one, like the first real Eon of Trailblaze is either whatever gender you pick in Genshin, even though the correct one is Ether. But on my account, um, now that I say that, um, it's funny because it was actually my sister who started mostly all these games. Well, um, in the gacha games, it was only Genshin. Well, no, Genshin Tower Fantasy. Um, I let her start Crystal of Athlon also on my account, just for the hell of it. But in this Zenless Zone and Wuthering Waves, I started it myself. But any other game, she mostly starts it herself. But yeah, so that's why Lu Meng is like the main character. Even though honestly, because I know you could choose different servers. Well, on your phone, you could choose different servers. I'm pretty sure on PC also. But if you're playing on console, it's stuck to your region. But I have Genshin on my phone also. And on those accounts, I have Ether. And honestly, I'm not gonna lie, I like Lu Ming better. Because I like how she fights. I like fighting, yeah, honestly, I like the hand to hand, like, way better. Because that's what I realized. Hand to hand, Lu Ming is like extremely strong. She's like way superior than Ether. But when it comes to the powers, then Ether like supersedes Lu Ming. But anyways, I'm like getting off topic. um, where was I going with this? Oh, Aha sitting at the tree. So yeah, I think he's not in this like cycle of cosmos, if you want to call it that. I think he's still sitting at the imaginary tree, staring at the void. And the reason why I think that is because, oh, I remember what I was gonna go with. Yeah, I think that because in the path space, that's where Tibet is, and then they destroy Fate, and then Trailblaze. And then since they trailblazed and they destroyed everything, then that probably births the abyss, like spreading like literally everywhere, like either in like other universes and whatnot. And then that's probably how you get like the cocoon of finality, like in Honkai Impact Third and whatnot. So I think it probably starts from Tibet. maybe. So probably that same void that Aha stares into when he's sitting on the tree, maybe that same void is where Tevet got destroyed in the beginning. And maybe Tevet being destroyed created the void that Aha stares at when he's sitting on the tree. I think that's what it is. And then due to him staring so much into the void that he lost himself. Clearly he lost himself. Because, the reason he ascended is he saw like is it like a little kid or like a baby that fell? And he laughed so much that he became a god. That's literally how he ascended. He was laughing at a child that fell. So clearly he lost his mind. But anyways, so maybe due to him staring in the void and losing his mind, maybe he probably like subconsciously put himself inside the void where this like cycle of cosmos is happening right now. Maybe that's what I think. I'm not. This is not 100% definitive answer. This is just what I think. But anyways, due to him putting like his consciousness in the void, due to him staring at it so much, then maybe his consciousness became like a being, like what we see now. Like that's his quote unquote form of Aha. But really his real form is still sitting on the tree, staring into the void. Maybe that's what it is. And then the reason why the mask is like over him is because he's hiding behind like like I just said, he's not in this cycle of cosmos. He's hiding like behind it, sitting at the imaginary tree. But yeah. I mean, we'll definitely know next year, because I'm pretty sure that leak about going to Edo Star is accurate, especially with the way Sparkle has been saying stuff. Is basically kind of confirmed at this point. We're gonna go to Edo Star. Speaking about Sparkle, dude, I cannot get that thing out of my head when she mentioned she needs the Trailblazer and another actor, which who knows, probably is March. But anyways, just the fact that she mentioned a script, dude, it's like, and then that conversation that you have with Kafka and that bar event that she goes there for a drink and then she talks about the Stellaron Hunters at vacation, and then she mentions uh, a different Stellaron Hunter group. So literally saying that there was a first one before Blade, Silverwolf, and Firefly. It is making me think that Sparkle, and most likely Polka was probably a part of that group also. Cause the way Polka be doing stuff for finality, and that's like her whole like research subject, the probability of finality. I don't know, man. And I guess it would kind of make sense for her killing all these random people because, dude, I don't know. the only way to explain it will have to be through like some Elio script that she has. And if she has an Elio script, she was one of the first Stellaron hunters. It was her, Kafka, Sparkle, maybe the Trailblazer also. Who knows? Or maybe the Trailblazer was just part of the second group. I don't know. But yeah, I'm like very, very convinced, especially Sparkle. I'm more convinced about Sparkle being a Stellaron hunter or an ex Stellaron hunter member than Polka. Even though I still do think Polka probably is an ex member. But it's like, I guess you could say I'm kind of like 60, 70. But with like Sparkle, I'm like 90% sure she was an ex member. Polka is honestly due to her whole finality thing. And like I said, just her killing like random people, like I don't understand it. Like how could killing a married couple and some other guy like stray away from finality? And then there was like another researcher guy that he didn't even start it yet. He was in the theory process of creating a research, and she just popped out of nowhere and killed him. I don't know. Polka is just. I've been going on a rant like almost every single stream that I've done, like within the last month. Once I mentioned Polka, cause on it too, it just literally does not make any sense. The people who are literally pushing stuff to finality, she does nothing. But people who have a thought that could somehow miraculously bring finality, kills them. I don't get it. Like the Ruperts make sense, and her threatening Herta also made sense, even though Herta had it under control. But it's the possibility of finality happening. And basically Herta was gonna become, Iron Tomb the Third. like so basically like almost the other two Ruperts. So like I said, that makes sense. But these other people, I don't know. I just don't see it. I don't know. Yeah, anyways, that's what I think. Why Aha is behind the mask. Because he's outside, like the cosmos, you could say. He's literally hiding behind everything. He's still sitting up on that tree, looking inside. That's where I think he is. And that's where I think this symbolizes being behind everything. And yeah, I've also had this other theory, and honestly, I'm gonna stick with it until I get proven wrong otherwise. That's how I am with mostly all my theories. I have yet to like, well, actually, no, there's probably been like two or three that like in the middle was kind of like, oh, okay, I could see this. I'm gonna lean more towards this side. But like more of my crazy stuff, I stick with it to the very end. Like I want the game to tell me I'm wrong. Like I don't want it to be implied or give a little hint. I want the game to literally come out and say this is this and this and this, and then I'd be like, oh, okay, so I was wrong. Just like Polka being March. I stuck with it to the very, 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 very end until the game told me I was wrong, and March was a child of Anasavara, and then Evernight was Egnomata, and she was born alongside March and whatnot. But yeah, so I have another one though with this. Besides the whole Walt Joyce and him hiding in imaginary tree. Um, I think all mass fools are also emanators of um elation. That's what I think. That I don't think there's one or maybe a couple of emanators. I think they're literally all emanators of elation. They just have different aspects of emanatorship, I guess you could say. Like Sparkle being like a shapeshifter. Giovanni could create fun games. Sampo is literally like a thief. Although I will say Sampo is probably the most strongest one out of all of them. Even though I do think all of them are kind of like sort of equally like I guess like leveled kind of because I think Aha separated his power from himself and gave it to all the mass fools. That's why I think they're also all emanators. But like I said, all of them has different strong stuff. Sort of like the Genius Society. Like they all follow a specific theory and they don't interfere with each other. So with this, all the mass fools have their own like little gimmick and they're like the strongest in that gimmick because they're emanator level, if that makes sense. But yeah. Um yeah, that's about it for AHA. And while I was talking about this, where is it? Is it in this conversation? No, which one is it? 'Cause I know when I was reading this before, it says something about a rainbow. I don't know why this just dawned to me while I was talking about AHA. I'm surprised I did not sidetrack because it was literally in the back of my mind, like creeping up to my head for me to just like blurb it out and start talking about this. Dude, I don't wanna I don't wanna be reading every single thing. I wanna look for the part where it says a rainbow. Oh, it is here. Okay. Um, where is it? But just as he was finishing the speech, there was suddenly a rainbow-colored light that threw everyone into disarray, like a wraith, no, like a wraith that appeared in thin air. Fully the remembrance had condensed into being before Louis Fleming. Okay, so well, you can also see the rainbow colors like right there, like near Fully. But while I was talking about Aha, it was reminding me because I said it before. Well, I also mentioned it Monday on, so now I officially said it on YouTube also. But I've been saying it on Twitch like longer. Even though I got the VODs on YouTube, but anyway, this not the same. That's not the point. But the point is, for a while I've been saying that I think the true intention of Lygus, which I was wrong, it's not Lygus, it's Xandar, who has that intention. Because I realized that each fragment follows a specific thing. And it's Xandar who does like big picture, stuff. So it was Xandar who had this envision, and that's why he told Lygus to do the simulations within the scepter and, create the destruction equation, etc., etc. But anyway, that's not the point. The point is I've had this theory that like the true hidden like reason of creating cycles within the scepter was to find out how like eons like ascend, how eons act, like what is divinity, which we find out is causality. That's the word. Because I know I mentioned that Monday, but I forgot the word. Because Cyrene tells what is divinity to Herta. And on Monday I said that divinity is blank and blank is divinity. Because I forgot what the word. But now I remember. It's causality. So what Cyrene said to Herta is divinity is causality. Causality is divinity. And Herta was satisfied with that answer. So she got her answered question, but from a different eon. Again, no good for nothing news, man. Dude, I really am a true erudition hater. But anyways, um, yeah. So that was my theory about Amphorius, and the reason why of creating all these cycles to see, like I said, how eons ascend, how they act, all this stuff. And I just remembered, while you're fighting Iron Tomb, there's a point when Cyrene kind of like, like spreads her hands and the Trailblazer like starts like ascending up and it starts shooting like a rainbow color like while he's like going up, and all the other Chrysos heirs, when they're like ascending with him, they're like a different rainbow color also. um that reminded me of this about rainbow colored, because I've been thinking for a while now about like what was the original like people in Amphorius. Well, that's not really a good way to word it. Um, like the original people that didn't change no matter what. Like there wasn't a variable to that specific path or person. That's a better way to put it. And yeah, I think I was right. And I think it is 9 original people. Because I know before it was like 10, was it 10? Like 10 or 11? But I think I counted people I shouldn't have counted. Because if you think about it, they technically changed their path throughout the story because the Trailblazer entered Amphorius. So they no longer follow that same path, they followed something else. I'll get to what I mean. But yeah, I just wanted to show this about the rainbow color thing, because that reminded me exactly with Cyrene and how the Chrysos airs are like rainbow colored. Oh, now that I say that, there was this theory that I saw from I Am MMA. I don't know if I said this Monday. I don't remember. Or maybe I did and then I kind of just went past it. But anyways, I saw it from her. And I don't like agree or disagree. I just like, you know, I'm just like listening to it. I find it very interesting. It's a very, very good theory. But like I said, I just don't know. I'm not like sure. But anyways, that's not the point. It is a very good theory. She came out and she said that all the other paths are born from Fu Li. And like how they're born from Fu Li is like through like the imaginary like energy and like the rainbow colored stuff. And then when it shatters, um it creates like little seeds, and then those little seeds help like different paths or whatever, and then those paths, like ascend and like whatnot. It was like a whole thing. Um, but the main thing she said was that fully created all the other paths, which is a very, very good theory. I like it a lot. Um, but I say that to say this, that it's funny because she could be right because of Euphorius. Because, like I said, I think Euphorius's true hidden like agenda of creating like kind of like a simulated universe inside the scepter was to find out from beginning to end like what happens. And then obviously at the end you find out that Cyrene was fully, or Euphorius is fully, I should say that. Um, and then like all the other Chrysosairs are kind of like not directly, but like sort of like indirectly born from Cyrene because she like is like what's keeping them alive. I know that sounds kind of weird, but it's just interesting now that I like remember that theory, because that theory basically mimics Euphorius, and I've been saying for the longest that Euphorius has been mimicking the universe, especially with like Nanook, like finding Nanook ascending both because of erudition, um, Cyrene becoming fully like at the end of Euphorius, and then in the cosmos, fully becomes fully at finality. So like it's like mirroring each other. It's like almost the same thing. So if that's the case and every single thing is mimicking like each other, then like I said, she could be right because Cyrene, sort of indirectly created the Chrysosairs. And she's what's able to like keep them at bay to them like being alive inside, you know, even though they're kind of trapped with her, but and Forest is not completely destroyed. They're like somewhat still alive. And they live throughout people's memories in the cosmos. So, you know, like I said, they're like kind of alive. So if it did that in Euphorius and everything else has been like mimicking so far, then what if she said really is true? That Foley did also, most likely probably indirectly, created the other eons. Yeah, it's a very, 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 very interesting. It's a very good theory. But yeah. Anyways, I want to. That also reminds me, if they're like kind of like mimicking each other, then well, I don't think like every single thing is like accurate, like to the T. But maybe like the main what you call it? Like the main why am I stuck on stupid? Like the main I can't think of the word. I'm just gonna say parts. Like the main parts of Amphorius that mimics the universe. Those are probably like identical to the T. But like the little stuff in between is probably not the same. Because, Finon and Mighty were like against each other. But they were with each other, but like against each other, like a rival, kind of like a brother rivalry thing. And obviously, in the cosmos, I don't think Nanook and Land had some brother rivalry thing. Yeah. Let me just read this. Oh, but I will say, okay, no, let me read this first. Okay, this is perfect for what I'm about to bring up. Because I was thinking, because like I said, the stuff in between, I don't think it's accurate 100% to the cosmos. But the main stuff, I think it's still accurate. So, like the sibling rivalry, I don't think that's like a thing. But maybe the stuff that they do together could be seen almost like a sibling rival type of thing. Because this guy just destroys everything. And he even is gonna destroy himself at the end. This guy, he hunts for a specific target, which is Yaosha. But while he's hunting that specific target, he acts like he's Nanook. He literally destroys every single thing in its path just to target Yaosha. So if there's like 12 galaxies lined up against each other, and Yaosha is on the 13th, Lan will literally shoot through all other 12 and destroy all 12 galaxies that has nothing to do with Yaosha, but he would shoot through all 12 just to hit the 13th and kill Yaosha. That's literally how Lan is. So Lan is sort of similar to Nanook in terms of just destroying stuff, which makes sense also in Amphorius because Mighty represents the hunt, and we already know how Mighty is. Mighty will literally destroy everything just to fight the Black Tide. Whatever is in front of him, he will slaughter just to get through it, just to kill the Black Tide. He's literally the representation of Lan. And he's exactly like destruction and how he goes about it. And now that I say that, the Black Tide is abundance. So that reminds me of another theory that Nova Impact said. Because I forgot the other planet. I remember one of the planets he said. The second one I don't remember. Because he said an instance. Actually, maybe I shouldn't say instant. Because I don't want people to get confused with like the first instant, second instant, and third instant. Like that Herta was talking about. There was something that happened that a planet got destroyed because land dwellers were like taking over, so the ocean people wanted to like kill them all and like, you know, have like an ocean planet. And then there was another planet that it was something similar. I forgot exactly what it was. But they wanted to destroy something just to, you know, like destroy it so like the other people don't take over. And then when he compared those two, he asked the question, okay, so which one is a Stellaron? Which I already knew the answer because, you know, I read the relics of Lushaka. So Lushaka was the planet that was a Stellaron. But he used both of those as an example just to show that you can't really technically tell which one was a Stellaron and which one was Abundance. Because they both basically did the exact same thing. They like completely destroyed the whole planet. Basically kind of almost on like a desirable like wish, you could say. Even though Lushanka was technically the Stellaron planet. Because that was the one that got flooded and land dwellers and creature dwellers, you know, all the whole planet was flooded and everyone died. So when he used that example, that they're basically the same, and most likely the Stellarons come from the Abundance, that honestly kind of makes sense. Because if everything, because like I said, I'm also comparing it to Emphorius, because so far Emphorius is literally mimicking the cosmos. So I'm like trying to think it in terms of Emphorius and how it relates to the outside, which again is the cosmos. So if the Stellarons are abundance, and then it represents the black tide, then Lan was hunting the black tide because the hunt is hunting the Stellarons, maybe? Because abundance makes Stellarons? Hmm. Yeah, that's interesting. No, that also reminds me of this with Aha. Because Cypher, let's see. She was raised with thieves, tried to be swayed into beauty to doing the right thing, which was Agalaya. Oh, the biggest thing was Kefali. That the Dawn device was actually already dead, but it was alive because of the lie she told. And since people believed the lie, then the Kefli device was still lit. Huh. But what can that be in the outside though? Hmm. Hmm. Well, the Trailblazer became Kefli, so maybe the light in Kefli could be the Trailblazer with the Stellaron, and maybe Aha knows the truth of the Trailblazer with the Stellaron, or maybe he told everyone the lie, so everyone could believe that it is the truth. To keep the truth. No, but that sounds something kind of like Mythos would do. Bro, it would be hilarious if Aha is Mythos. But no, that's like insanely far stretched. I don't know. I know I know it's something with the lie because so far with everyone else, it's like the most important part that person does. So like Finon becoming a Ravager and fighting, like Nanook, how he ascended and started fighting. Lan hunting the abundance, most likely for the Stellarons. Dude, that's crazy. I never even realized. Cause, like I said, I like hear theories, and sometimes I just like I don't really like agree or disagree. I just like hear it just to hear it, and like I like it. But now that I'm really, really thinking about it, honestly, I'm starting to agree with Nova Impact. I think actually is right about the Stellarons. I think Yaosha did create it. I actually do think he's right about that. But anyways, so Lan hunting Yaosha, which, again, is most likely the Stellarons. And then Mighty hunting the Black Tide. Then obviously Cyrene and Bully. And the major thing that Cypher did was tell a lie about Kefali. And Kefali represents the Trailblazer now and not Nanook or Finon. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. Okay. So what if, because a majority of everyone thinks Stellarons come from Nanook. So if the Stellarons don't come from him and it comes from Yaosha, then the lie is that Nook created the Stellarons. So what if that's kind of like the correlation? Like Cypher telling the lie about the Dawn device. Everyone believed this, so it kept on being alive. But on the outside, what if Aha told the story that Nanook created the Stellarons and everyone believed it? So it kept on with the lie. But in truthfully, it's Yaosha. Because again, the Trailblazer ended up being Kefali. And he, you know, the light inside of him was the Stellaron. I don't know. I think it could be something like that, honestly. Maybe that's what it is. This one is easy. Nihility. Like in Abyss. Oh my god, how do I explain it? Like into an abyss of itself. Like into nothingness. That's literally what Hysolence did. She like went into the ocean, into the nothing. She did absolutely nothing. She was just like inside a void within herself. That's literally what nihility is. That's like the major thing that connects them together. Erudition. This one is a little tricky because Anexa proved that the skies were fake. He proved, well, even though the Trailblazer has been saying it, but he like proved it like scientifically, you could say. He proved all of the biggest one. He proved that the Chrysos heirs becomes Titans. So Noose. Oh, this is a good one. Honestly, maybe we don't know yet. Just because, you know, he still does his whole calculation type of stuff. I'm not sure. Because he's still calculating for, you know, an answer. So, yeah. I'll keep that in the back of my mind. Because Anexa, he proved that Chrysos heirs became Titans. And if you put that like in outside terms, Chrysos heirs are sort of like emanators to the Eons. Because we know the Titans are the representations of Eons. So the Chrysos heirs would be almost like the emanators of the Eon. So, in the outside, I don't think it would be. Oh, oh. Well, okay, that's the thing, because it's not all of them. That's the problem. But anyways, I just remember this. I don't even know how I never mentioned this before on YouTube. Or maybe I have. I just don't remember. I know I didn't mention it Monday. But anyways, that's not the point. Cause I have this theory with every single Emanator character. Or let me just show you. Let me show you real quick, and then I'll go back to it. Okay, Turtle. That's the only other Emanator. Okay. Because you see this? Her skill it just says enhanced. So
Take a look.
it just does
This is
that.
pure genius in action.
And then you get into a fight and it does like, extra damage or whatever. But with Akron, she is an emanator that's trying to kill her own Eon. So she's a self-annihilator.
Stream 4.
And with her like triangle or like skill or talent, whatever the hell you want to call it. With her talent, she auto kills enemies besides bosses. Bosses, they take damage. But I'm just talking about like regular enemies. She auto kills it. Finon is an emanator going against his own Eon because he's trying to kill Nanook. And with his talent,
Light up the dawn.
it does the same thing. It auto kills. So the similarities between Finon and Akron that Herta doesn't have, even though she's an emanator, also goes into this theory. The theory in the game. Because I'm gonna say what my theory is about the like self-annihilators. There we go. Okay. So the first three possibilities of finality is destruction, which is Finon, nihility, Herta, harmony, we haven't met a harmony person yet that does what they do, and the fourth path we don't know. And we know it's not remembrance, because Cyrene doesn't do the same thing, like how Finon and Akron does. And, the stuff in the story we know also. So, I've had this theory that the true paths of finality, that finality won't happen because of these paths, but okay, let me try to reword it a different way because it's gonna sound confusing. I already hear myself saying it and it sounds confusing. Okay, these are the definitive paths that finality happens. So, if there's an emanator who could kill those eons, then it could be erased and finality won't happen because that path doesn't exist anymore. That's basically what I'm trying to get at. That's the theory I've been having for a while. And because Finon will kill Nanook and I almost forgot her name. Akron will kill Nihility, which is IX. Then they will replace the possibility. It won't be finality. It'll be something else. The path will be completely destroyed, and they will have their own path, and they will ascend to Eonhood. So what I think for Finon, he'll kill destruction. His path will probably be deliverance. Because if you think about it, again, I'm basing this part of Amphorius. The whole, before the Trailblazer was there, the whole point of Finon, if you really think about it, Finon kinda was the Trailblaze in the beginning. Because he represented delivering them like a new world, like a new like fruitful like world. So he kind of like trailblazed his way through. Although, when he reached the end, it was something completely different. But he kind of like I said, trailblazed through it before the actual trailblazer went in. So they call him the deliverer. He's delivering them like a true like new world, a new dawn, as he calls it. He's supposed to deliver them a new dawn. So for me, what I think is Final will kill Nanook and become Deliverance. So destruction will fade and it will be Deliverance. Nihility will fade because Akron would kill it and it will probably just be like Entropy or something. Harmony, I have no clue because like I said, there has yet to been another person that like auto kills from their talent. That's Harmony. And um another thing is that's if Harmony there's a Harmony character that does it. Because if there is a future Harmony character that you're able to use and you use their talent and they auto kill like how Finon and Akron does it, then I'm 100% right. I'm calling it right now. Even though I think I am 100% right still. But I'm telling you right now that if there's a Harmony Emanator character that auto kills exactly like how Finon and Akron does it, I'm right about this whole entire situation. Those self-emanator playable characters like Finon killing Nanook, becoming Deliverance, Akron killing Nihility, most likely becoming Entropy, whoever the hell the Harmony person is, probably becoming God knows what, I don't know yet. I just have to wait and see the self-annihilator from Harmony. But I'm telling you, mark my words, man. If there is a Harmony Emanator that does the same thing the other two people do, remember this day, man. I called it. Well, I called it on YouTube. Because, I said it before on Twitch. But still. And honestly, that's why I think the fourth path is still blank. Because I don't think. Actually, now that I think about it, what if there actually is another person that does what Finon and that Akron does? That's not Harmony, and there's someone else. Would that mean that they're the fourth path? Well, no, I don't think so. I still don't think so. No, I don't think so. I think this only implies to destruction, nihility, and harmony because it's a definitive answer. The fourth one is not definitive. It's through the Trailblazer's choice. So even if there is another one, like let's just say, I doubt it because Finon just came out. Well, I mean it's been a couple months already, but it hasn't been longer than 6 months. So that's why I say he just came out. But yeah, like let's just say like in like February when the new place comes out, if there's a destruction character that auto kills just like Finon, then I don't think like uh well I don't think that person will also be like how Finon is, like a self-annihilator. So yeah, I don't think there'll be another self-annihilator. I think it's only those first people that's like playable. So again, like Finon, Akron. Because even like for an example, like even if they make another annihilated character that does the same thing, but she's not classified as a self-annihilator, or maybe she is classified as a self-annihilator, I don't think that second character will still be the one to kill Nihility and become a new Eon. I think it will still be Akron, just because she's first. I think it's like the first people that's the self annihilators that's playable that becomes the next Eon. It's that, and let's just say for an example, there comes out like Yai Sakura. Supposedly she's supposed to come out in the next what you call it, in the next area, which is supposed to be Edo Star. And supposedly she's Remembrance. Anything could change from here till February, because I think that's when it comes out in February, if I'm not mistaken. I'm pretty sure I did the math correctly, so it should be February when the next planet comes out. But anyways, that's not the point. Um, the point is even if Yaisukora comes out and she is Remembrance and she does like this talent thing that auto kills, I don't think that's what make them the fourth path, because again, it's not definitive. That's why I say it remains vacant or has simply yet to manifest, because it's through the choices of what the Trailblazer does. However, for the Harmony person, the next Harmony person that does do that, and it's the first one, that's the person that will kill Shippe and become the Eon of whatever. I just have to wait and see who the person is, what the person is like, why they want to kill Harmony or whatever, and then I'll be able to think of something. But but yeah, and honestly, now that I think about it, um, about Yaisakura, honestly, I don't know if she's gonna be Remembrance. I mean, it's possible because Remembrance mimics other paths. Oh, I forgot to mention. Now that I say that, I forgot to mention that before. Um, in Emma May's video, she came out. She said that another like I guess you could say proof that like goes into her theory about fully creating the other eons is how the remembrance people play, because each remembrance person is different. Like they mimic like destruction, hunt, abundance, and etc. Like they mimic other people. So since they're able to mimic other people yet their remembrance, then fully could possibly do the same thing. Like when they shatter and certain seeds work with like other stuff and they could create an eon and etc etc. Now I forgot to mention that also. I literally just remember that right now when I was talking about this. But yeah, anyways, for Yasukora, I don't think she will be Remembrance, but like I said, maybe it doesn't matter because um, even though Hysolence is a Remembrance, but she's a Chrysos heirs. But um, in the next update, alongside the Dahlia and that Propagation Sam robot, there's supposed to be a new like damage over time like mechanic, and it's supposed to be ice. There's supposed to be ice that does damage over time, which I wonder how that's gonna work. And I wonder if they're trying it now because let me see. The Dahlia comes out like I believe in the week of Christmas. And that's like the last full. Actually, let me check real quick. Is it the last like full week? Yeah, it's the last full week. Yeah, so if it's the week, it'll be the 23rd. Um, then it's like what, like 20 days? Is it 20 or 21 days? I'll just say 20 days. Um, it's 20 days. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Okay, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Oh no, it's 21. Because it's always a Tuesday. Okay, so that's the 13th of January. And then it'll be the second phase. God knows who. Probably Fugwe, knowing them. Or no, knowing Ubisoft, I mean, Ubisoft. Knowing HoYoverse, they'll probably put Fugwe with the Dahlia in the first phase. Oh my god, that would be such a headache, trying to get both. Anyways, so yeah, it would be the 13th. Then it will be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Yeah, it is February. That is 18, 19, 20. Wait, hold on. No, I skipped. Stupid. I skipped a day. Okay, let me restart. It's the 13th, so it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Okay, that's 18. 19, 20, 21. Yeah, February 3rd. Yeah, I knew I wasn't crazy. I knew it's in February. Oh, damn. Valentine's Day is on a Saturday? Oh, jeez. Anyways, so yeah, February 3rd is when the new update after Dahlia comes out. So yeah, honestly, that does make sense. Yeah, so they probably are testing it now or in the next update with Dahlia. See how it is. And then if it's like very well received or if it works like really good, like mechanically, then in February when the new planet is out, probably Yaisakura will come out in that banner. Maybe. Maybe it'll be her and Hanabi. Hanabi will probably be first phase. Sakura will probably be second. Or who knows, maybe they'll come out with another ice dot person. And maybe it's just not Sakura. Because now that I'm thinking about it, most likely because the Game Awards show is December. Oh, I don't know. It's usually in the teens on a Thursday. Anyway, that doesn't matter. I only mention that because the last 2 years and the Game Awards show, they've been showing teasers of like uh like a new character that comes out in the following like updates. And usually they don't come out in the very first update. They come out like maybe third or fourth, maybe. Yeah. They come out usually a little later. is never like the first one. So if they show Yai Sakura in December in the Game Awards show, then she most likely won't be the first one. If she is the first one, then that would be good and bad. Um, usually I'm not into meta, but I would say there is sometimes concerning stuff with earlier release characters because people get power crept like insane. Um, and then like a whole meta shifts, and then you're forced to play a certain way. But I'm not really into the whole thing. But I will say, you know, you have to be a little bit in tune with a certain meta. Because then, if you want to try endgame stuff, you like impossible because you just get stuck. But anyways, that's not the whole point. The point is if Yaisakura does come out like in the one of the first updates, then I don't know how good she's gonna be throughout the year. Because like I said, these people get power crept like mad fast. Like I could literally show you. I'll show you an example right now. I could show you this very year. The year start. I'm not talking about the Herda. Actually, no, I will talk about the Herda. Because I was just only gonna talk about Euphorious people, but I'll mention Herda also. So in the beginning of the year, the first character was the Herda, and then on the same update, but second phase, it was Agalaya. Both DPS. One update later, a single update later, for Agalaya, basically weeks. Because at least with Herda, because Herda was first phase, so it took at least like a month to go into the next update. But with Agalaya, it was like a couple weeks. That then it went to the next update. So Agalaya, and then the next update, it was uh, Tribi. Tribi was first. Then the second phase was where the hell is this guy? There he goes. Was Mighty. And Mighty already power crept Agalaya. He didn't power crept Herda. He didn't power crept Herda. The person who power crept Herda was after Mighty. And like I just said, Mighty just came out. I'm going in chronologically order. I'm not talking about like this day Mighty came out. But Mighty came out, and then literally the next person who came out after him was Castris. And Castris power crept the person who just came out, which was Mighty, and she power crept Herda. And then after Castris, it was Anexa. He came out. He power crept. What the hell is this girl? Silverwolf. Even though Silverwolf will always be the best in my heart, but that's besides the point. And then after Anexa, it was Hyacinth. Then Hyacinth became the god tier. The literal first triple S healer character in all of their games. Okay, yeah. Because I was gonna mention Farina, but Farina could also do other stuff. You know, Hyacinth. Even though you could do a DPS Hyacinth, but while you're doing DPS, you're literally healing also. So Farina's not the same. You like switch stance and it only does like damage. But anyways, yeah, the first triple S healer in all of their games. Hyacinth. So she power crept all the abundance characters. And then after that, it was Cypher. Dude, I still remember the beta of Cypher. She was so OP. Dude, she was crazy OP. Because if they kept the first version of the beta, she would 100% be the best, what you call it? The best, oh my god, what is the word? The best support for Akron. I don't know why I got stuck on stupid. But, they nerfed the shit out of her. But, she's still good. She could work with Akron. And she could also work with, the hunt people, especially like Fei Xiao. I've seen some people do her with Ratio. But, the best is Fei Xiao. But yeah, so Cypher was good. And then Castris is still like top DPS, you could say. Then, after Cypher, this guy came out. This guy came out and he power crept the shit out of Hyacinth. Like, it was worse than how Castris power crept Mighty in one update. Even though Finon took at least like two going on 2.5 months. So, like I said, Castris was still the main DPS. Dude, when this guy came out, this guy still is the top DPS in the game. By far. It's not even close. I don't want to hear no debates. I don't want to hear no statistically meta speaking other no. I don't want to hear any of that. Finon is by far number one DPS in the entire game. It's not even close. Not even close. So he has yet to be power crept. Dude, oh my god. I could just imagine what the next person is gonna do. For someone to power crept Finon, oh my god, dude, do you know how strong they will have to be? Bro, you would literally have to do ultimate level damage. Like basically using your burst. Because when Finon, he does his ultimate and then he goes into Catalana form. But for someone to power creep him, you need that person at their base form to do the same type of damage that Finon does in his Catalana form. That's the only way to power creep them. Or power creep of Finon. Is for the next person to do that same ultimate damage at their base form. Not even doing their ultimate. Just imagine when they do their ultimate. Oh my god, dude. There's gonna be no such thing as HP inflation. But anyways, so yeah, Finon, came out, power crept the shit out of all the DPS, like miles ahead. And then because he was the only new character. And then Hysalis came out. And even though they're both Nihility and they do stuff differently, honestly, just like as a like how to explain it? Because like I said, they both do stuff differently. Like she's like a debuffer, follow up, support, to Akron and whatever. Um, and Hysalin's her thing is like dot damage and like a support for like Kafka. But in terms of like being like a better support for their DPS, Hysalin's power crept Cypher in that sense. That Hysalin's performs better for Kafka than the way Cypher performs for Akron or Cypher performs for Fischl. Hysalin's performs better with Kafka. So she power crept her in that sense of like supporting their main DPS on a team. And then Saridra's just, I mean, she's good. Because she's the best support for Finon and Anexa. But she definitely did not power creep Tribby. Not at all. Tribby is still the best Harmony character that came out in this game. Or in this year, not in the game. Although she is top 3 in the game. Because Sunday is number 1, number 2 is Tribby, number 3 is Robin, 4 Ruan Mei, and then I don't know, I guess you could put Saridra 5. But yeah, I have 1, 2, and 3. These are the top 3 right here. You could put them in any order. But 100%, this should not even be a question. He's number 1. Like I said, it's not a question. It's like saying like Finon isn't the best DPS. That's like just utterly ridiculous. He is the best Harmony character by far. Not even close. But anyways, so yeah, so Tribby is still better than Saridra. So she didn't get power crept. And then after that it was Evernight, and then Evernight made Castris. Oh, what am I doing? It's still on the same one. Evernight made Castris hit like Finon. So Castris was, starting to match up. But it wasn't enough because then this guy came out and he was for free. So, and with Dong Hong, he could put his dragon on Finon and it would even work inside the Castellano form when it creates the zone. And if you have Sunday with Finon and you have the dragon summon on Finon, so like all of them is like working together, like buffing Finon, then you get 100% of his buffs. Which I'm so surprised. I'm surprised people didn't know this before. But before with Sunday, when you were using with Finon, you didn't get 100% of his buff because 100% would mean that character and their memo sprite gets 100%. But if it's just that character, then you get like a certain percentage. Even though honestly, you really don't feel it because Finon is just that good and Sunday is just that good, but it's not 100%. But if you put Dong Hong's, the preservation one, this one, if you put Dong Hong's summon on Finon, and then you use Sunday's like buffs, Now it's considered Finon and his Memo Sprite because Dong Han could put the summon on Finon. So now you get 100% of the buff. So making Evernight for Castris, it didn't work out because not even an update later, the next phase of the same update, Finon basically power crept Castris again. so, so yeah. And then in this update, this girl came out, Cyrene, and Cyrene works with everyone. And you put her on the team with Evernight, Hyacinth, and Castris, they're like god tier. But you put Sunday, Cyrene, and Dong Hong with Finon, yeah, it's still far superior than Cyrene, Evernight, Hyacinth, and Castris. So, you know, I get what Hoyoverse is trying to do, trying to create people that could like help like the older units. But yeah, you create that one single character, and that one character that's supposed to buff these other people ends up buffing like Finon, and yeah, you just make them more unbeatable. So yeah, that's one thing I never understood about all this like meta stuff, because people emphasize the DPS, but honestly the DPS is the problem of the meta. Because I know people say, like when Finon came out, there was a whole bunch of people saying, oh, he doesn't have like a like a a primary support character, which you could use Sunday. I don't understand the argument, but I could understand in the sense of like in the zone that you don't get like those extra buffs, or some of the buffs like run out. Like that I could get. But yeah, the problem is the DPS. It's not the supports for the DPS. It's not the shield. It's not the sustain. It's not the debuffers. It's not the ones enhance his attacks. No, it's the DPS that's always the problem. Because like I literally just went through it. Agalio is the DPS. She got power crept by Mighty. Mighty is the DPS, he got power crept by Castris. Castris is the DPS, she got power crept by Finon. So, and Tribby came out, and Tribby has still yet to get power crept. Sunday came out, he still has yet to get power crept. Robin has yet to get power crept. Because, all these three do individually different harmony stuff. He's like a single target Memo Sprite. She's like a resistance penetrator, buffer, zone, whatever. Her zone follow up attacks and whatnot. Ruanmei is like break. And Sparkle is skill points. But yeah, like I said, I never understood that whole thing of meta. I feel like everyone has it backwards. Like, in my honest opinion, the most important people, I think, in all of gacha games is like the buffers. Which in this case would be like the Harmony people. These are the most important people out of the entire game. I think it's Harmony, which they're number one. Like I said, buffers. Then I think it's healers, and then I think it's like these people, like defense shredders, damage over time, um, stuff like that. Is in other games, there's like debuffers and damage over time and whatnot. It's not only just this. I'm speaking kind of like generally, but I'm using these people as an example. So I think it's like buffers, then it's healers, then it's like shredders, which I don't know if that's the correct term. I always been calling them shredders. Again, damage over time, debuffers. You're making the team weak. You're shredding their defense. So I just call them shredders. But but yeah. And then the fourth one is DPS. I don't even think they're top three and most important for, quote unquote meta. Because they're the first ones getting power crept. In basically all games. It's not only just this. And Genshin is gonna happen soon also. I mean, it basically kind of did. Like who was it? Skirk. Even though they're all like top tier, like they're still pretty good. But some perform better than others. Like it takes less time. Even though I don't really care about time. That's at least if I'm able to complete it with like full 3 stars, then that's fine. I'm not looking to beat something in like 5 seconds. But anyways, like Skirk, and then um, who was after Skirk? It was Anefa, but Anefa's not a DPS. Flynn's, then Flynn's was like beating her, and now Nefer. So all in the span of what, like 5 months? Like throughout 5 months, each DPS that came out has been like beating the other one, like basically almost power creeping. Like I said, it's still usable, so it's not a complete power creep. But yeah, yeah, the DPS aren't as important as people think. Like I generally don't think they're top three and the most important in a team. Oh, and then number five, uh, like shielders. Yeah, so that's my order. It's buffers at number one, healers at two, shredders at three, DPS at four, and shields at five. Again, I'm not only talking about this game. I'm talking about generally, like even like in not even gacha games, just like regular, like in shooting games or MMOs or like MOBAs, whatever. Though those are always the most important people. The perfect example right now is like Marvel Rivals. Even though I don't play it, which honestly I think I think I'm gonna start playing it. I think I'm gonna try it. I just I don't know. We'll see how it goes. Because honestly, I'm just bro. I just play games just to play games. I don't feel like freaking drenching in sweat, messing up my controller, going for like a 60 kill streak. It's like yeah, I'm like bored of that. I'm too old for that stuff, bro. I did all that stuff when I was young with Battlefield and Call of Duty. Honestly, I think I'm just done with shooters. Honestly, the only reason why I might give it a try is Rogue and Gambit. Dude, I love those characters. Those are like one of my top characters in Marvel. Dude, it's funny because basically my top five. Well, no, not basically. Now that I think about it, my top five literally is the X-Men, or like people like from X-Men. Like Brotherhood of Mutants and Hellfire Club or whatever, all related to the X-Men. That's literally basically like my top five favorite in Marvel. Because number one, without a doubt, is Juggernaut. If they put Juggernaut in the game, I'm 100% playing. It's not a debate, it's not a question. I don't even care if I get slaughtered. I don't care if I'm in the most toxic match. I don't care if I get kicked. I don't even know if they can kick you. Maybe they can. But I don't care if I get kicked from every single match. I don't care if I get permanently banned. It will be the best experience ever. Just because it's Juggernaut. But yeah, Juggernaut is number one to me. Then number two is Rogue. Number three is Gambit. Number four is Magneto. And number five. Huh, you know what? Honestly. Yeah, now that I think about it, maybe number five is someone outside of X-Men. Huh. Wow, now I really can't even think of anyone. Because I'm trying to think of X-Men, but now I'm thinking of like other people that like kind of better or basically the same. Oh wow, I underestimated myself. I for a second I did think all five was X-Men related, but I guess not. When I said basically top five the first time, I was right. Yeah, because I can't really think of anyone. I mean, like the obvious, Wolverine, Cyclops, Storm, Professor X. But there's other people that kind of like at the same level or better. Wow, man, I'm really stuck. I don't know who I would honestly put at number five. Huh. All right. Well, yeah. Man, I don't even know how I ended up talking about all this other stuff. I like completely sidetracked. I was talking about all these people that the Emanators. Um, I'm trying to think of what else. Oh, about the nine. No, not the nine fragments. Although I do want to talk about the nine fragments, but I can mention that after, cause I'm gonna end pretty soon. Like I said, I didn't really feel like playing anything today. I just kind of wanted to talk about all the stuff I was just thinking about. Yeah. I think I might probably change all this background. think I'm also change my win streak thing. Probably put something else. And I should definitely probably fix this. Because I just left it in the order and when I won. From bottom right to top left. Because I got them all in that order. Jade, Young Fei Xiao, Ling Xiao, Rappa, Sunday, Herda. And I was going for Silver Wolf in the rerun. And I got Bailu. Silver was rerun in January. No, February. February. That's why I have 225. Because, February of 2025. That's when Silver Wolf had her rerun. And then, a couple months ago, like September. Was it September? Yeah, I think it was the beginning of September. It was, or the end. I don't even know. I know it was somewhere in September. Saridra had her first run, and then the rerun was Silver Wolf. And then that's when I finally got her after 2 years. And after, let me see, how many banners she had? Her first run, I lost. Her first rerun, I lost. Because her first rerun was with Topaz, I believe. And then, wow, her next rerun was after an entire year? Because I'm trying to think of Penacony. I don't remember her having a run in Penacony. Oh yeah. I think that's exactly what it is. They treated her like if she was an ice character in Genshin. That's funny. Yeah. It was Topaz, and then she just went AWOL, and then it was February of this year. That was her second one, which I lost also. And then it was September, and then I won. So it took me 4 tries to win. But anyways, actually, you know what? Let me talk about the fragments right now. Yeah, let me put these codes in also. That Omega code is the one from Xandar. Just if anyone is curious. Because I'm doing 3 codes. Oh, I already did that one. I don't even remember doing Story of Love. Oh, that's weird. Because on my other account and my sister's account, I didn't redeem that. Alright, well, that's good to know. And then this is the complicated one. Got like a whole bunch of letters and numbers. Alright. Yeah, this is the regular one. This is the Omega one. Xandar's final question was if eons and humans shared a similar wisdom. It makes me think of why Euphorius was created, because it basically kinda answers that question, especially when the the Chrysosaurs turns into the eons, which again I already established before. Those are like kind of like the emanators ascending to eonhood. As the greatest problem child, the first genius had many achievements that were byproducts of curiosity. See? Curiosity. This is a genius's language. Now I see why people have that theory about Polka and Himiko being the same. Because Himiko was talking about curiosity. I shall not comment on the experiment itself, but Lycurgus already has an answer. He left a final question for you in the system. Oh, in the system's backend. And I shall keep on searching. Yeah. He's probably gonna go to the other Xandar. Probably gonna go to Nanook's planet. Probably use that same equation, but just go about it differently. They probably won't use destruction to kill Noose. They probably use something else to kill Noose. Because I think the whole goal of all Xandars is to kill Noose. But the way they go about it is different. Because, like I said earlier, Scroolum, I think, is the erudition one of the Xandars. And Lygus, when he made that comment about Scroolum's consciousness will still like send him to the equation at the planet Nanook ascended from, is basically implying that Scroolum will use erudition to destroy erudition, and Lygus used destruction to destroy erudition. Again, what I think ratio is probably elation. So I probably use elation against erudition. This Xandar, I'm not sure. Especially since the code that you do is Omega, and you get this message. I'm not entirely sure. This is probably the strongest one. But if this is the strongest one, then what path could they be using to destroy erudition? Ooh, is it finality? Is it finality itself? Huh. That's interesting. But that is... I should not comment on the experiment itself, but Lycurgus already has an answer. He left a final question for you in the system's backend. What does that mean, though? Hold on. What does that mean? Is that like... Hold on. Can I do it here? No, I can't. Is that like... Yeah, I'll just go to any place. It doesn't matter.
Need something? If not, then I'll be leaving.
Oh, not one thing. Oh, these guys are here. They're walking out and about.
Whether it's a guide, a mercenary, or a friend you need.
I can fulfill all roles.
There you go. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. Because I know in that Cyrene place, which is this place, you give those like apples to some of these people, and there's like conversations and whatnot. Oh, now that I see this, I saw a clip of Anixa talking to his sister. Dude, Hoyoverse is so messed up, bro. And I say that because when you did the quest when Anixa was a new character, well, Anixa and Castros is a new character, there was a scene that showed Anixa's sister, and she looked like actually detailed, not just like any other NPC. And also with what you call it, oh my god, why am I stuck on stupid? A video trailer of Anixa that, you know, Hoyoverse released like on YouTube or whatever, that they I just realized this place is called an Exotale. And this is the sun. And this is the moon. Oh shit. Dude, I'm telling you, man. This was all birthed from the twins in Genshin. The Sunder and Asunder. Anyways, I wonder why this place is called Exotale. That reminds me, I'm gonna go back and look at all the other trailers that has Exotale in it, because the one with Kafka and Elio, that one is number 8. So I'm gonna watch the other ones and see if I can spot anything. But anyways, yeah, when you come here and you meet Anixa and his sister, his sister, I said her, but his sister looks like just like any other NPC. Like, why? Especially when she was so detailed in the cinematics. I didn't understand that. To me, that was honestly kind of dumb. Oh, this is the... Oh, this one is not even... I didn't even get this one? Oh, you can go back to this? Oh, that's pretty cool. Oh, I gotta navigate to this? It didn't even unlock. Actually, no, let me do that right now. While I'm just blabbing. Damn, what the hell? Oh, there's a paper here. So first. That wasn't there before. Yeah, this is crazy cool. There's chest here. Are you serious? How many chests is here? Oh, I can't even tell. Is that a nymph? Oh my god, there's nymphs in this area. That reminds me, I gotta do other things. I wonder what the message is gonna be from the Demiurge. Because, you know, before I thought it was Kafka. I mean, not Kafka. I thought it was Polka who was doing the nymphs. But, yeah. I was nowhere near close. kill him. I probably shouldn't. That don't, that don't look right. Dude, this thing is still here. Dude, that's funny because this nymph that's been carrying the ball has appeared like in 3 other places. Like it's been showing its progress of like pushing the ball like up a hill. Because it's supposed to represent Finon. So now this is like the ending of Finon. That he finally pushed the ball all the way up the hill. There's another nymph right there. Bro. How the hell do you get that? Oh. Oh, is that one supposed to be Cyrene? And then nymph? Sure, nymph's hiding behind all this crap. Damn.
I've appraised it all.
That reminds me, I wonder if you could ever see Lycus. Because supposedly he doesn't show up in that Exotail place. I'm surprised there's no like interact thing. Alright, I just did this because I wanted to see. Oh, actually, hold on. Now that I'm here.
Peaceful days are like breezes carrying the scent of wheat fields.
Ta, she is here. Yes, dude. Bro, I just realized I was gonna talk about something with the Crystal Stairs, and I'm over here doing other stuff. Oh yeah, I remember that. Oh, I still haven't even finished the doing those like story things.
I'm feeling kind of sleepy. Time for some shut-eye. See you in dreamland.
Gosh, it disappears. Dude. Wait, is this how you get the... Oh, she just... Wait, that's it? Oh. That's how you get the, like, little ornament stuff? Because that's also another thing that I saw. There was, like, these little ornaments that you could collect. And put them in the what you call it, and oh my god, why am I like being like so dumb? Like I literally can't think of anything. Oh my god, dude, what is wrong with me? In the Trailblazers room. Oh my god, dude. I don't know why I got like so like dumb. I literally cannot think of anything. But yeah, yeah, I know I saw a lot of people saying that they hate the ornaments, especially Finance Sword, because it is literally like mass small, like insanely small. Like it don't feel like a real like ornament. It feels like a keychain. Because I saw Finance Sword, I saw Syrindra's chest piece. I saw one more thing besides the pink ribbon. You know, I saw that right now, but I didn't see that in the video. I think it was a flower. Is it a flower from Tribby? I think that's what it was. I think it was a flower from Tribby. But yeah, maybe you guess the rest of the maybe you get the rest of those in the what you call it in the what am I doing? In the Exotail thing. Okay, just real quick. I wanted to do this before and then do the Xandar thing and then end, but I did it backwards, so excuse me. But yeah, this. So excuse me. Yeah, basically the same thing from before. Of how this mimics the universe and the stuff that they do. So this obviously fully hunting the abundance, which Lan most likely hunting the Stellarons from Yaosha. Oh, and also the like Marastruck stuff. I forgot about that also. Basically, like another like the real Black Tide, which is the Marastruck. Equilibrium, life and death, so it's like a balance. Actually, I would, yeah, okay. Her, like, I guess you could say major thing is like helping the Trailblazer. Because remember, when the Trailblazer came, the Trailblazer died. But Castris was keeping it alive, or the Trailblazer alive. And then they went to Styxia and did all the stuff, and then the Trailblazer was alive, like, fully. And then she was with her sister, and then, you know, she basically became, like, life and death. So in the cosmos, like outside of Forius, every time I say cosmos, I'm talking about outside of Forius. It was the equilibrium. Oh shit, I can't do it here. I'll do it after. It was the equilibrium helping the Trailblazer do like the stuff to like level up like your account, and then once you hit like a certain point you will have to do like the equilibrium challenges, and then once you beat it they say to the Trailblazer that you've balanced the universe. So kind of like how Castrus balanced the Trailblazer with like the life and death situation. So that's basically, you know, the Euphorius version and then the real life version. Beauty, I have no clue because we have yet to done anything with it, and Beauty is God knows where. It's like completely disappeared. Even though I think it has to do something with Himiko. I don't know if she is Beauty, like Idrilla herself. That I'm not sure of. I don't think she's an Emanator. She's probably like the first Knight of Beauty, maybe. But I will say this: that in Argenti's splash art, it shows a broken stone of Idrilla, like the bottom part. So with this, it shows Agalaya, the garden maker, and then the stone behind her. So it kind of reminds me of Idrilla, like with the stone. So I'm not really sure. Maybe when we do meet Beauty in the cosmos, maybe I don't know. And I'm trying to think, because she really didn't do anything for the Trailblazer, honestly. It was mostly just being forced to be a leader because Saridra disappeared. So I don't know. Her and Anexa, I would like just keep in the back of my mind, especially with the noose thing. Even though I kind of got a little bit with Anexa, like I said, the Chrysos heirs becoming Titans, so kind of like Emanators being Eons. And what I think some Emanators that's like self-hunting their own Eon, they will kill them and then they would replace that path with a different path. So maybe that's like the correlation with Anexa. Um, Danghang is a variable, Aragonite is a variable. Order. Um, well, honestly, now I think about it, probably the part when she merges with Harmony, because that's what Enna did. She was killed and she merged with Shipe. So with Saridra, she died and her last chess move was to become the law part of the scepter and change from within. So like merging with the scepter, sort of. And then this obviously is the void, the abyss in terms of Euphorius. I already did that. Her I don't. These two I don't know. Alright, I just wanted to do that just to show. And then now let me go to this. Let me go to the...
days are like breezes, carrying the scent of wheat fields.
Oh, this still doesn't do anything? It still says the same thing? Dude. Probably gotta do something else. Dude, it's been saying that like for the longest. Alright, let me do this real quick. As if I've written. Yeah, this I didn't do. Honestly, I probably should do this, because maybe I'll unlock... Oh my god, dude, there's 5. Oh, good lord. Oh no, yeah, it's about to be 6 o'clock. I gotta end. I'll do this off stream. Microseed, seedling, flower, fruit, microseed. Okay. Loading Exomyth. Oh, what is this gonna say? Wait, is this due to the Omega thing I just did? Or is this something else? This page of the story. Huh. Lycurgus. Gourmet and Teletron. That's funny. So, is he trapped in the cycles also? Is he just made to do stuff, or? Okay. I'm kind of just skimming a tiny bit through this. Marauder. That reminds me, now that I see Pom Pom. Dude, I think Pom Pom is the only emanator of the Trailblaze. But I think she's like half the power of the Eon of Trailblaze. But due to that being half of the power, she's bounded on the Astral Express. You know, making her an emanator of the Trailblaze. I've also had that theory for a little bit. Okay, this is just talking about the stuff. Okay. Let's see. What oh, that's okay. Why didn't it just give me this one? Alright, anyways, let me just reject. Okay. I think this was always here. Yeah, this was always here. Bro, what? No. But this guy's talking about something about the back end. Signal lost. Oh, is this it? Okay. No, I'm just honestly trying to see if I see. Well, I think all the stuff I've already seen before. Even though I didn't redo every single one, but still. Trickery. Yeah, that's aha. This one, equilibrium. Okay, so this is that was Castris. Because the first two was Finon and Cyrene. I already know that. Anaxa. Oh. Ceridra. Ocean, Nihility, yeah. Hysolens. I'm trying to. Oh, this is Hunt. Yeah. Beauty. Actually, hold on. Let me read this. I want to see maybe it say something about the beauty. Highly self-oppressed, with external demands as the sole priority solution. In mutated electrical signal, its decision logic is anchored by highly whatever behavior. In this process, its survival priority gradually decreases, transforming into self-sacrifice that aligns with the beauty. Huh. Interesting. Hold on. Let me see. Yeah, let me see this. Okay, external. Influenced by data abandoned. That makes sense why he could never die. Besides getting stabbed in the back by Finon, but just regular. Okay. Well, in Amphorius it makes sense. But, like, in the Scepter wise, now it makes sense. Because it was a programming that this one didn't want to accept the hunt. Huh. It's interesting. Because like I said, I think everything is like reflecting. So I wonder if in outside Amphorius it reflects the same way. Is Equilibrium also helping the hunt to be on balance? So what, the hunt could kill Yaosha? Is that what the Equilibrium wants? Yeah, I don't know. Now that I read that, I'm reading the other ones to see if I could see maybe something else that probably kind of matches with something on the outside. Because maybe that's exactly what it is with Idrilla. Maybe she killed herself to preserve her beauty. I know that sounds insane to say, but you know, maybe that's what she did. Dude, that is so psychotic to say that. But I mean, it's kind of what it sounds like. Alright, let me just keep on reading the other ones. Which one is this? Oh, Sky. Oh, Hyacinth is preservation. That, you know what? That actually makes sense. Yeah. Aquila in the sky. No one trying to get out, preserve everything that's in. And then when she merges with it, she's the same one helping all the people in Akama, preserving them. But how? Because the other ones, I could kind of correlate that to the outside. With this one, Well, I mean, he does protect all the planets that follows him, like the actual Eon. So I guess maybe that's the connection. I guess just that. Passage. Oh, this is trippy. Oh, harmony. Uh, oh well. Nah, bro, how did I not put two and two together? This one is the easiest one. It's it's the thousand faces, because there's a thousand tribbies. A thousand tribbies, and Sheepe has like a thousand different faces. Even though when you look at her, it looks like she only has three, but you know, she actually has many different faces. And I'm pretty sure Sheepe could probably also open portals, if I'm not mistaken. Not yet permanent. Yeah, these are just the variables. Yeah, permanents. Then Dong Han took over. Okay, I just want to see. It said something about the back end. Now that I see that with Nanook, I wonder if Nanook somehow knew that all this was gonna happen. That's why he didn't tell the Ravengers to go fight with Iron Tomb. Because what if he knew Iron Tomb would win, but Cyrene and Trailblazer will go back in time, reversing it, reversing the finality. And then when they come back, obviously they're stronger. Demiurge and Cyrene are now one. So when they fight, they could kill Iron Tomb and kill him completely. I wonder if that's why Nanook didn't tell the Ravengers to fight. Because if they did, went all out, and then finality happened, then it would just get reversed because of Cyrene. But if that is the case, that Nanook knew, the question is, how did he know that that would happen? There's something to dwell on. Oh wait, hold on. Was this here before? Was this here before? I thought the red one was the last one. Oh, maybe I just went through this and I didn't really... Wait a minute, who is... just and then exclamation mark. All right. Do I have? No, I don't. All right. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Later or tomorrow, I'm gonna stream on Twitch. So I'll be back Friday. I'll try where the winds meet here. I mean, I don't know. Maybe later or tomorrow. I'll probably do a little bit of YouTube. Maybe I'll just like farm something. But I don't know. We'll see. But most likely probably Twitch though. I'll probably do the especially Wuthering Waves. Like I said, I'm like really behind on that. Like that thing changes next week. So, and I have to do my other accounts. Well, now I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. But yeah, I definitely need to end right now. So, yeah. All right. I think that's just about it. I kind of went over everything. Oh, really quick. I completely forgot. Because I was talking about these. These are the variables. No, these are the regular people. The ones intended to be in the cycles. Well, Finon also, but then he became a variable. Because again, he was originally Trailblaze. Then the real Trailblazer came. Then Finon became, like true destruction, because now he focused only on one thing. He wasn't like half and half. Because again, the whole point of Finon was to be Deliverer from beginning to end, basically representing the Trailblaze. So he was like half variable, half, intended what he was supposed to be. So it should be 9. So it should be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yep. Yeah. Not 9 original ones. And then variable. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I was basically trying to mention the other day and talk about today. That it should be 9 original Chrysosairs. I mean, kinda 10, but like I said, he ended up being the variable also because he gave Deliverer to Trailblazer, and then he came total destruction, and then he was the destruction equation that he gave to Iron Tomb. So he ended up being a variable. Alright, yeah. Now now I'm done. Cause I gotta end. So yeah, like I said, I'll be back Friday. I don't know, maybe later or tomorrow. Again, I really don't know. Who knows? Maybe I'll stream like a couple hours later from now. I don't know. But guaranteed on Friday I will do where the winds meet or whatever it's called. I swear to God, if they take it off PlayStation, I would be so pissed. Because I already wish listed Because I swore I did that for Do at Night Abyss also, plus the pre-register. But then it came out and it wasn't on PlayStation. But anyways, that's not the point. So yeah, Friday 100%. So, alright, I'm done.